Members of Council, please take your seats. Okay, members. Okay, I would like to call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of Council, please rise if you're able for the National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on bras c'est porter l'épée, et c'est porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanash, Nani Bueda Migweche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, Stephen James Bedford, Herb Perk, Vasila Soropoulos, Estella Wheeler, and Martin Wilczek. Thank you. Members, before we start, I just want to acknowledge that we have former Chief Planner Paul Bedford in the Council chambers. And Paul, my condolence, and our condolence goes out to your family in the passing of your son, Stephen, from members of Council. Thank you, and thank you, Paul. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize World Water Day and 150 years of Toronto Water. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. United Nations World Water Day is this Friday, March 22nd. The theme this year is Water for Peace. Water is our most precious resources and a human right that is essential for every aspect of life. World Water Day raises awareness of the need to use water to peacefully lay the foundation for the future. As climate change impacts increase and populations grow, there is an urgent need within and between countries to unite around protecting and conserving our most precious resource, water. Public health and prosperity, food and energy systems, economic productivity, and environmental integrity all rely on a well-functioning and equitable managed water cycle. Toronto has some of the best drinking water in the world, straight from our tap. And it's all thanks to the staff of Toronto Water. And Toronto Water is celebrating 150 years as a public utility. On March 24th, 1874, the provincial government passed an act respecting the City of Toronto Water Works, confirming the sale and transition of privately owned water and sewage works to the City of Toronto. For 150 years, staff have been building and expanding Toronto's water system and delivering critical drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater management services. In fact, Toronto Water just recently completed its drinking water quality management system re-accreditation audit and received a perfect score for the fourth consecutive time. Wow! Meeting provincial standards and requirements for drinking water quality. What an accomplishment. That's over a decade of perfect scores. Whoa. Our water, wastewater, and stormwater management services will be on show this August as Toronto hosts the 2024 International Water Association's World Water Congress and Exhibition. The Congress attracts thousands of leading professionals and companies from across the water sector who come together to network and share insights and knowledge on the latest best practices, innovations, technology, and management of the entire water cycle. So today, as we celebrate 150 years of Toronto Water and World Water Day, we also celebrate our most valued resources, water, and recognize that it is fundamental to every aspect of life. So let's promise to protect it now for the next 150 years and beyond. I now like to introduce a short presentation around the history of Toronto Water. Now it's my pleasure to invite Lou Di Geronimo, the General Manager of Toronto Water, to come forward to receive this commemorative scroll and say a few words. There you are, Lou.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. The video that you saw only provides a glimpse of Toronto Water's history. The scale of what our division has done is hard to capture in just a few minutes. The system Toronto Water manages today is only because of the thousands and thousands of people that have contributed to building and protecting it for over the last 150 years. The staff at Toronto Water are the best, and I know I'm biased, but I have the privilege of being the general manager of Toronto Water for almost 19 years now, and I can safely say our team is the reason why we have the robust and safe system we have today. As a division, we aren't just providing water, sewer, and stormwater services for those who live in the city now. We act as stewards protecting the system for future generations. This aligns well with the theme of World Water Day on March 22nd, Water for Peace. When we work together and cooperate on water issues, we can build resilience to our shared challenges and create positive ripple effects. We feel these ripple effects in our division now. We have inherited our system from the generations that came before us, and we have a responsibility to protect it for those who come after us. Our staff are extremely dedicated and committed to this stewardship role. We are so fortunate in this city to have one of the most precious resources we have in the hands of the people who work for our division. We have a responsibility at Toronto Water to protect the city's residents, and I could not be prouder of our team for the work they do day in and day out, 24/7, 365 days a year. As we face future challenges like climate change and facilitating growth, we as a division will continue protecting our most precious resource, water. We are so lucky in Toronto to have access to these services. There are still billions of people across the world without access to safe water. But the access we have to these services and the quality of these services is because of the strong support we've had from city councillors and the hardworking people at Toronto Water, past and present. As stewards of today's system, Toronto Water is eternally grateful to all of those who came before us. I want to thank all councillors and all of the workers who have made Toronto Water and our city what it is today. Generations of people have helped shape our city. And specifically to all those workers with Toronto Water today, witnessing your dedication, commitment, and passion for your work in my time here gives me confidence each and every day that our city has a prosperous future. We often take for granted our water and wastewater systems. I hope this Friday on World Water Day, you take a moment to reflect and appreciate on the systems we have and the thousands of people who have made that possible over the years. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cheng, you would like to make a brief statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to say to all my fellow members of council and staff and the City of Toronto, Happy Nowruz, first day of spring. The annual Persian Festival celebrates the vernal equinox, one of the two moments in the year when the sun is exactly above the equator and day and night are of equal length. I'm proud to be the councillor of the largest Iranian diaspora in Canada and one of the largest in North America, and excited about the cultural district renaming that we have undertaken. I wanted to let you know that the City of Toronto Iranian staff have set up a beautiful half-scene table in the rotunda to celebrate the Persian New Year today, and invite you during lunch to stop by and look at the half-scene during your break and learn about this ancient celebration. You will also be receiving, or may have already received, a small present from me, my team, and staff member Atifeh Javadian. The pen holders in these packages are handmade in Iran. Let us all look forward with great hope for the new year that lies ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Thompson. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Oh, Councillor Thompson, you need to read the motion, sorry. No. Oh, okay. Consider it read. All right, okay. Members, there are 3 administrative inquiries. Under the Council's procedure, City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information or refer it to a council committee. We have Administrative Inquiry 16.1 from Councillor Ainsley regarding a new linear park for Scarborough in review, and the city's manager answer to this inquiry has been posted with the council agendas on the city's website. Okay, there are 2 members' motion on our agenda today. MM 16.7 and MM 16.29 that relate to the same subject matter on this administrative inquiry. In order to keep the related information together, I would ask the city clerk to post the city manager's response as a communication on each of these 2 items. Council will have an opportunity to consider this matter tomorrow during its review of the member's motion. I also propose that member motions MM 16.7 and MM 16.29 be considered together as they both relate to the elevated portions of the Scarborough Rapid Transit structure. As a result, I'm ruling Administrative Inquiry 16.1 redundant as the matter will be considered by Council later in the meeting. Under Council's procedure, City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information referred to a council committee. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Moved by Councillor Carroll. Pardon? Sorry. Okay, so we're on administrative inquiry number 2. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you. Item IA 16.2, Administrative Inquiry onto the renaming of Dundas TTC stations. Received the City Manager's response. I have some additional questions, and I would like to refer this to the Executive Committee, I believe. I understand that I cannot directly refer that to Executive Committee for more questions without a motion to reopen. I understand that I was on the losing side of that vote when Council originally considered it, so my colleague, Councillor Sachs here, is prepared to move the motion to reopen with the intention of sending this to Executive Committee for more discussion.
Okay. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I'd like to move to reopen this matter and send it to committee for discussion.
Yes, of course. Recorded vote. Okay, we're going to have to display it first. And point of order, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask that you rule on this matter and place that in writing. It is my understanding that the procedure bylaw allows council two things to do with administrative inquiry, which is either to receive it or to refer it. What Councillor Bradford just described is a slightly different outcome. And I would put to you that this has an effect of a chill effect on placing administrative inquiries on matters which were considered in the last year if there's an opening required. And so I think it's really important that the council understands the instructions of this ruling, because we'll have to think about that if we place inquiries and have to think about the votes and so on. And it's a new piece of information that is relevant to council.
Yeah. So that's why we're having a recorded vote to reopen the item.
But what I am asking for is for the chair's ruling in writing so that we can refer to it, because it's precedent setting.
Well,
you don't have to do it now. I understand the vote's coming, but that's my ask of you as a point of order.
okay, so do we take, okay, so Councillor Holliday, we will give you the ruling later in the meeting. In the meantime, we're doing a recorded vote on the reopening of the item. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor Canadell, please, and Councillor Crescenty, please.
Perruzza also in favor.
Councillor Cole, we close the vote. How do you vote, sir? Councillor Perruzza, in the affirmative?
In favor, yeah.
Speaker, the motion to reopen the previous item as it pertains to the TTC part does not carry. The vote is 13 to 10. The 2/3 threshold was not achieved.
Can I have a motion to receive the item? Moved by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. We have Administrative Inquiry 16.3 from Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak, the city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Pasternak.
I submitted to center table a motion on his behalf.
On whose behalf?
Councillor Pasternak, sorry, I don't have my microphone.
Oh, sorry. I thought Councillor Pasternak was here.
It may have been a bit late. Councillor Pasternak just had to leave to go to an event, and he asked that I move receipt on his behalf.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll is moving receipt. On favor? Carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
I do. I'm rising to introduce the executive committee agenda. We covered a number of important issues, including my two key items at this meeting. Let me just read that the report from meeting 12 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. The first one is FIFA, which we will be debating this morning. The second one is to identify parking lots and other city-owned land along transit corridor with the aim to create housing. That will be debated tomorrow. The committee also considered reports flowing from the city's long-term financial plan, which underscored the need to invest in our city and get our finances back on track. And this include the continued intergovernmental work. Today's meeting is our last before the provincial budget next week on March 26th, and very close to the federal budget on April 16th. As you know, since I took office, I've been working very closely with the provincial and the federal government. You all saw the result of the historic New Deal, where we uploaded the Garner and the DVP so that there's fiscal room for us to fund our shelters, transit operations, and many other important items, and making sure they are in a state of good repair. But that's just the beginning of our work together. We are continuing the New Deal table with much greater, we're asking and working together. Our city manager is meeting with his counterpart, the province and the federal government. We are looking for the province to broaden access to build more affordable housing and help provide more supportive and transitional housing, and using a holistic approach that would have a wraparound services so that we can get people, whether they're refugees or homeless people, back on their feet as quickly as possible. We're also looking for both levels of government to continue the very welcome investment in housing benefits, the Canada-Ontario housing benefits, as we have housed close to 2,000 people on this program. And also, the city is already designing two much-needed LRT, the Waterfront LRT and the Eglinton East LRT. We are continuing to ask for the provincial and the federal government to get on board so that we could provide key links to rapidly growing growing community in the waterfront and the very underserved communities up in Scarborough. More importantly, we continue to ask the province to make us whole, as promised on Bill 23, as you recall, that cuts out our development charges, our ability to use Section 37 to create much-needed infrastructure. That's an estimate of $230 million in 2023, and it's a big gap. We have that's the provincial side. On the federal government, as you know, they make us whole in the 2023 December announcement to fully fund the cost of sheltering thousands of refugees. That's partnering with the provincial government and ourselves. And also the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. That announcement and those funds are very welcomed. The Prime Minister also announced the Housing Accelerator Fund also in December in Toronto. That will go a long way in building a lot more, thousands of units of housing. And we were very proud, and I know some of the councillors were there, to stand beside them to make these very important announcements. Heading to the 2024 federal budget, we're looking for several items. One is a significant investment in our Line 2 subway cars so that we can provide more frequent and reliable subway services. The province have agreed to fund the $750 million together with us. We're waiting for the federal government to also say yes so that we could put the order in as soon as possible. The longer we wait, we know that the more it will cost and the greater the risk of service reductions. I will also be watching the federal budget for a renewed and improved program for refugee support in cities. We welcome the down payment for the first quarter of 2024, but there are many costs ahead as the number continue to rise, and we need extra support on that front. Lastly, like many cities, we are watching the federal budget closely for investment in the infrastructure that the cities need to deliver new housing, be it community center, libraries, roads, sewage, water, you name it, we need it. The Trudeau government announced in FCM in May of last year there will be a new infrastructure deal, but we do not have it yet. And the FCM and the Big City Mayor Caucus is working hard to see if we could have some funds to build our infrastructure. So we'll be watching this budget very closely. The last 8 months, we've come a long way, and both the provincial and the federal government have been tremendous partners to our city, and I look forward to learning more about their priorities for Toronto in their 2024 budgets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Audit Committee report.
I do, Speaker. That the report from Meeting 4 of the Audit Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Speaker, there's 5 items coming forward from the the Audit Committee meeting. The first is a report that Council would be familiar with. It's the annual report from the Auditor General. And, you know, some of the highlights from that are things that we heard. Over 5 years, $387 million in both one-time and annually recurring savings. And that maybe to put it in the way of the old MasterCard commercials, right? The cost of the Auditor General's office from 2019 to 2023 was $32 million. But some things like public confidence in our government generated from that are priceless. So that was the MasterCard commercial. But that's a 12-to-1 return. And I think that's something that we should be proud of as a city. And I know, Speaker, you asked about it at the committee was, you know, what happens when a saving is identified? Well, now that there's a connection to the budget process, so that is accounted for. One of the other items, of course, is the fraud and waste hotline. Well, it's not always good news to read through what the items are. The good news is that the reports to the fraud and waste hotline are actually trending upward. And that means that people are civically engaged and people are seeing things that aren't quite right and they're bringing it to folks' attention. 1,054 complaints in 2023 with 1,450 allegations. And just before I wrap up, you know, one of the things that we handed out at the Audit Committee, thanks to the Auditor General, was this little business card. Now, it's okay, you don't have to read it. On the back of it is a little bit of information, and it actually says the Fraud and Waste Hotline. So I know as chair of the Audit Committee, but just as a member of council, I encounter people from time to time that say, hey, you need to know about this, or who can I call and let know about this? And I'm going to suggest to my colleagues and anyone else that is involved in the work that we do that maybe you get a few of these. And I always keep them with my business cards because they're easy to hand out, but I thought it was a useful tool. So I'm appreciative of the work of the Auditor General, and I hope that you'll take a look at the reports, whether or not they're held, and also bring your attention to one subject matter audit, of course, which is connected to Toronto Building. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Yes, I do. That the reports from Meeting 13 and Meeting 14 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. We're excited to be welcoming new members to the board of TO Live, the Toronto Atmospheric Fund, as well as Ports Toronto. And every month, my colleagues and I get to do what I consider treasure hunting. We are treasure hunting for the wonderful people of Toronto who want to contribute in very meaningful ways of shaping our city. And I encourage my fellow council members to share in their email communications the upcoming opportunities for Toronto Investment Board, Lakeshore Arena Board, George Bell Arena, Toronto Preservation Board, and Toronto Hydro. This is a great way for us to build civic engagement. We want people to have a voice at the table. So please promote these opportunities, because the more that you promote, the more diverse pool that we get and the wonderful treasures that we get to meet when we interview these wonderful candidates that will help shape the future of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do thank you, Speaker, that the report from meeting 10 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I just want to highlight that we had, as usual, many people come to speak at committee, and we thank all the deputants who show up and part of the process. We had a wonderful community responses to the community development approach being proposed in Jane Finch. Many deputants in relation to the noise bylaw, and I believe there'll be a useful motion coming later. And also, we discussed proactive approaches to addressing the most serious dog attacks, and I want to just recognize Councillor Fletcher's historic leadership around that piece, and to thank my colleagues for sticking through, yet again, many hours of deputations with good spirit. Thank you.
Lily. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
I do, Madam Chair. If I would like to move that the report from meeting number 10 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And just to take a few minutes to speak to it, we had our most recent meeting on February 13th, 2024, where we spent a lot of time, as we always do, talking about contracts and leases and city real estate, and a lot of it has to do with infrastructure and funding, which with your indulgence, Madam Chair, I just wanted to speak for a moment to reinforce what the mayor was just saying in her executive committee report or introduction. As a member of City Council, I've been appointed to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, or FCM, by the City of Toronto. We most recently had our board meetings and committee meetings in Prince George, British Columbia. And why I'm reflecting on this is we spent a lot of time talking about monetary needs, many of which I see through the lens as chair of the General Government chair, and also through on the FCM. And what came through loud and clear in our discussions was the critical situation facing municipalities when it comes to infrastructure as we await the federal budget. The position of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which we're a strong member and the mayor talked about, is the federal government needs to come to the table and work with municipalities on solutions to issues facing all of us, especially when it comes to housing and the infrastructure, that we need to support that growth in areas of housing, public transit, water and wastewater. We need the federal government to take the FCM message seriously, that municipalities such as Toronto see the Canadian Community Building Fund as one of the best and the only tool that Canadian municipalities have to address our infrastructure needs. And this is not the time to make it more difficult for municipalities such as Toronto to access. Additional discussions at FCM included affordable housing, homelessness, how municipalities can engage in a more robust truth and reconciliation activities, incorporating online digital assistance for routine matter and permit applications, energy efficient projects. Toronto has a lot in common, more than we realize, with municipalities across Canada, big and small, whether it's Chatham-Kent, Prince George, British Columbia, or Grand Falls, Windsor, Newfoundland. And working together on these challenges, especially when it comes to national issues, we need the federal government to acknowledge, accept, and fund our needs. So I just want to reinforce from my perspective as a board member at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, I as well will be looking at the provincial and federal budgets, and we need them to come to the table, step up, and meet the financial needs of the City of Toronto. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Yes, on behalf of Councillor Chair McKelvey as Vice Chair, I move that the report from Meeting 11 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I'd like to encourage members of Council to please submit any motions and amendments ahead of the items being discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 10 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion to introduce the Striking Committee report.
Yes, thank you very much. I am moving the report forward from Meeting 5 of the Striking Committee listed on the agenda of Council to be presented for consideration.
Councillor Holyday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
I do, thank you, Speaker. That report from Meeting 11 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, okay. Councillor Cheng, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. That the report from Meeting 4 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do. Good morning, Madam Speaker, again. Just waiting for it on the screen. Thank you. That the report from meeting number 11 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Sure. That the report from Meeting 11 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from the Mayor and City officials, moved by Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher? Okay, just one sec, sorry. There you go.
Thank you. New business from city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. And remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. I will now call for petitions. Are there any? Oh, Councillor Burnside? Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, I have a conflict of interest related to North York Community Council agenda item number NY 11.6, 1053 Don Mills Road, 24, 4R and 6 of the Donway East zoning bylaw amendment. I've filed the required written declaration of interest with the clerk's office, and I understand this has to be voted on, and I will leave the council when that, or the chamber when that occurs.
Thank you. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 16.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have 4 deferred items before us today. PH 8.5, PH 9.12, T 9.14, and T 9.30. The city clerk has advised that a supplementary item, a transmittal from the Toronto Preservation Board, has been published with item T 9.30. The transmittal has been incorrectly published with item CC 16.5. The mayor has designated item EX 12.2 on update on hosting FIFA World Cup 2026 as their first key matter and first item of business today. The mayor has designated item EX 12.4 on long-term financial plan update, leveraging citywide real estate opportunities for affordable housing, complete communities, and financial sustainability, as their second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. Deferred items. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker. For PH 8.5, after discussions with Mr. Toigo, deferring that to the May 22nd, 23rd, 24th meeting of City Council. And the motion, the clerks have that motion.
So does the clerk have your motion, Councillor?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So on PH 8.5, Councillor Fletcher's deferring to the May City Council meeting. All in favor? Show of hands. Carry.
And then you have, as you mentioned, TE 9.30 and deferred item, sorry, I just have to see it here. TE 9.30. I'd just like to put those together if we can. I know they're different reports, but that discussion of that address to happen at the same time with both of those reports. Because
so TE 9.30
yeah.
and
TE, the deferred item,
yeah.
TE 9.30 and CC 16.5, sorry.
Oh, CC 16.5.
Yeah, my apologies, Speaker.
Together, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So on TE 9.14, which is a deferred item, it's here without a recommendation. For Bond Street and Dundas? Yes, Councillor Moyes?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. So we had a deferred item from last meeting, TE 9.14.
Yes.
I'd like to hold this item, if possible, till tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, so that's fine. So you want to hold it? That's
Yes.
That's fine. Yeah, that's what I was just asking. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All of executive committee has been held down. So we'll go to audit. Any on audit committee? Okay. Councillor Holliday, great. Great job. No holds. Pardon? So there's nothing on audit. Civic appointments. Economic and Community Development Committee, all the items have been held down. General Government. Okay. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Sorry, Councillor Bravo.
At EC 10.1, I just would like to move to defer after consulting with staff and the local councillor, Jane Finch Community Development Plan.
To where? You're deferring it?
There's a motion that's been prepared.
Until the June meeting?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so Councillor Bravo on EC 10.1, Jane Finch Community Development Plan is deferring to the June council meeting?
Yes, and the purpose of this is for the community development plan to be considered at the same time as the report that's coming through planning and housing, so that they be considered together.
Okay. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Okay, so general government, anything on general government? Okay. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. No. Planning and Housing. Oh. Councillor Morley, on which committee?
Planning and Housing, but I do apologize. It was under deferred items. It's PH 9.12, 7880 and 86 Mimico Avenue.
Yes.
Notice of intention. I'd like to hold that one, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I've held PH 10.5, which is the matter related to Downsview, and if there's no objection, I can release it now.
Okay, so on Planning and Housing, PH 10.5, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor?
Okay, I'll hold it then. I'll continue to hold it.
All right, okay, Councillor Perks will continue to hold it. Any more on Planning and Housing? No? Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold PH 10.11, supporting new long-term care beds in North York.
Okay, thank you. Any more? Okay, on Striking Committee. Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold EY 11.14, which is 8 Yorkley Avenue, request for city solicitor to report to City Council and preserve appeal rights. And at this time, I would also suggest, Madam Speaker, that it may be helpful to consider it at the same time with the corresponding City Council item. And I'll hold that when we get to that section.
Okay, thank you. North York Community Council. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, I have a deferral motion. I believe clerks have it for NY 11.24 at the request of transportation to defer this until our June council meeting.
Okay, so on NY 11.24, Councillor Burnside is moving deferral to the June council meeting. On favor? Carried. Scarborough Community Council. Oh, Councillor Chang?
Sorry, I just lost my place. I'd like to hold NY 11.2, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Moyes?
Madam Speaker, my apologies. I would like to go back to Economic and Community Development Committee.
Okay, just one sec. Let me get back to it. Yes?
EC 10.2, I'd like to...
It's been held.
Okay, my apologies.
It's
Thank
been
you.
held.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Councillor Mantis.
Madam Speaker, SC 11.4, I would like to hold.
I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
SC 11.4, 4155 Shepherd Avenue East. Put a hold.
I know I can't hear. And SC 11.4, Shepherd
Correct.
Avenue. And what is it that you're doing?
Put a
You're
hold.
holding it? Okay. It's very difficult to hear you, Councillor Mantis. Toronto and East York Community Council. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Matlow.
I have a motion to move on T 11.4, 1365 to 1375 Yonge Street. So I can move it now with the amendment.
Yes, because it's here without a recommendation. Okay.
That's
So can we, oh, there, it's on the screen, Councillor Matlow.
And I want to thank all parties for working to a good resolution.
Okay. So on T 11.4, which is 1365-75 Yonge Street, Councillor Matlow is as the motion on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Any more for Toronto and East York? Okay, but that was from before Councillor Moyes. Okay, Councillor Moyes? Go ahead.
It's for Toronto East York Community Council, TE 11.6, 211 to 219 Gerrard Street East. I'd like to move staff's recommendation on that item.
Well, it's already, that was moved at committee.
I was told it was not, so. But if it is, that's fine, too.
On T 11.6.
That's correct.
It's, yeah, because it's here as an item. It's not here without a recommendation.
Just double check, Madam Speaker. Just make sure we are in order.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, it's already been moved at committee.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Any more for Toronto and East York? New business. Councillor Sachs.
CC 16.10, 15 to 19 Bloor Street West.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. CC 16.18, 8 Yorkley Avenue, Committee of Adjustment decision. I'll take a moment to advise you as well, Madam Speaker, that because of the confidential attachment, I'd like the opportunity to go in camera on this item and would ask that that be scheduled accordingly. And lastly, I would just mention to members, there's a lot of material related to this, and a very helpful submission has been made under the Etobicoke York item, which is a letter which might help people just figure out the various parts of it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold CC 16.19, 175 to 185 King Street East. I'm holding it because there's a confidential attachment to this item. I'd like my colleagues to have an opportunity to take a look at it first.
Okay,
So
thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold CC 16.6, 2402, 2418 Dufferin Street, and number 4 to number 10 Ramsden Road, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan for subdivision applications. Request for directions, like to hold that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release CC 16.16, 309 Cherry Street, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for direction. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing CC 16.6. On favor? 16.16, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. we
On
know.
favor, carry. Okay, Councillor Perks.
I'm just trying to find the item number. It's the letter from the mayor.
Pardon?
What's the item number? 1?
Yeah,
16.1.
16.1,
CC
yeah.
16.1, external compliance audit reports for the Integrity Commissioner, Lobbyist, Registrar, Ombudsman Office for the year ending December 31st, 2021 and December 31st, December 2022. I just want to move receipt.
Okay. Okay, all in favor of moving receipt? Opposed, if any, carry. Thank you. Councillor Sachs?
Sorry, I was just received a request to hold 16.27, actually to defer it to next month.
What item is
I'm
that?
sorry, that's CC 16.27, 374, 376, and 378 Yonge Street. I can hold it now and defer it later, or I can defer it later, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, so why don't you hold it down and then do up a motion to defer it?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, okay, so that's it. So we will now consider to make items urgent. Mayor Chow, I understand that you want to make 2 items urgent? Mm-hmm.
Yep. So we'll, as first item would be the FIFA one. For tomorrow, IE 11.1, congestion management plan, and the increase in penalty amounts for parking. This will be the first and second items after the second key items on Thursday.
Okay, so we'll time it for tomorrow morning after your key, after
The parking
you've
lot one,
completed
yeah.
your item, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So that's
IE
IE 11.1 and IE 11.2.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you.
On favor? Carry. Thank you. Any further? Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, I think that just got done for
Oh.
11.2 and I&E, which is all of the.
11.1,
that's it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, thank you. And 2 as well?
Yes.
For tomorrow.
Both of them. 1 and 2 is for
Yeah.
tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay.
I read yours.
Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. I believe that Councillor Burnside, you had an interest on an item, so we'll vote on that item separately. Okay. So we'll vote on that item separately, which is, it's on the screen, NY 11.6.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The item carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended on all items not held, please raise your hand. So in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. And I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff, your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn, council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be made very clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first key item, which is EX 12.2. which is the update on hosting FIFA World Cup 2026. So if members have questions to staff, please put your name on the list. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to ask staff about the budget. It seems like a lot of people would like to rein it in. It's a very big number, including myself. So once we secure major sponsor donations and other patrons, other forms of incoming revenue, will that number go down or is it built in?
So through the Speaker, the projected budget is unlikely to go down as a result of the revenues coming down, although we're always looking for ways to manage that, and we don't yet know all of the parameters that would impact that budget. But what I can say is the goal is, as certain elements of that budget have increased, that the actions around the private sector donations that we're looking to receive, as well as the other orders of government, would limit any need for us to go back to the levy for additional funding for that gap.
So you're saying it's comprehensive at this point, the budget, the line items, the amounts, it's completely turnkey package?
So through the Speaker, we did look at the budget in detail. There were a few items that caused that budget to go up, not the least of which is the 6th match that's been added to the schedule. So yeah, we're confident that this represents what we know now and what we can expect to happen as we proceed to 2026.
And what does that number, our number, how does it compare to other host cities that are mounting similar, I know everybody has different numbers of games, but another host city that's hosting 6 games, is it on par with what other cities are doing for 2026?
So through the Speaker, to be honest, there isn't a lot of that information available, and cities are at various levels of producing their budgets. And yes, you're right, they are different. There are different venues, there are different numbers of games happening depending on where they are around the 3 countries. We have consistently looked at how we build a budget to put on the best possible games that we need to comply with the requirements that FIFA has and leave a legacy in this community. So
So we feel we've built the budget that fits best for Toronto. I can tell you it is not, in talking particularly to our companion city in Canada, it is not larger than others are contemplating, but where it fits in with all of the 16 host cities, we don't have that information.
Okay, and what are the main reasons for the purpose of the public and the council? What are the main reasons the budget went up? Is 2 or 3 reasons?
So there are a few key reasons. One is the additional match. And so that's good news on a number of fronts, but it does produce some additional operating costs on match day for that. So we now have 6 matches in Toronto been confirmed. We were planning around 5 at the initial outset of that. We have seen some upward pressure in capital that goes beyond the contingencies that were built in the 2018 and 2022 projections, and that is an unfortunate reality we're seeing on capital projects across the board. And the last piece is around security costs. It was not put in at a proper amount to be in the realm of what we need from a security perspective. I will say on security, there are still expectations of conversations that will happen with other orders of government as to how we can be better mitigated against the security costs for this event.
And would the federal government be the government you're referring to? So would the federal government play a role in security?
So through the Speaker, yes, and we would be working with them around security outside of the contribution that they will be making to this event through their host concept funding, which we expect to hear in short order in terms of what that looks like. But in addition to that, we'll continuing conversations with the federal government around how they can better support and also mitigate should there be any further increases in security as we get closer to the games. These are things and factors that are outside of the control of a single city. They may affect the country as a whole, and we want to have the assurances that Toronto obviously has to invest through this games in a level of security, but that should that shift, that the federal government would pick that up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Just asking, what kinds of details would we not be able to speak about here in public this morning around the deal and the details in the deal?
So through the Speaker, I'm not sure what the comprehensive list would look like. Obviously, we can't talk about the security planning. That would be something that we wouldn't talk about in public, although that's also not something that I have a great deal of knowledge of. That's being held by police and Toronto Emergency Management. So other questions I think we'd have to take as we go.
So all the money side, all the deal side, all that was signed with MLSE, all of those details can be clear for us in public.
So I would say a lot, through the Speaker, a lot of it can be. If we butt up against something that can't, we'll deal with it at that time.
Well, let me just ask about, you're talking about FIFA and the city, but the role of MLSE seems to be rather central. How did we end up, in my viewing of it, that the onus ends up on the city rather than MLSE around the operations and the capital requirements for us in this game? So where are those details and who negotiated that piece of it, please?
So through the chair, to be clear, the MLSE does not run the games, we do. The City of Toronto is the host city. MLSE is acting as one of what will be many contractors and partners in the delivery of this. They have a couple of main functions in this. The one main function, of course, is that they're helping us with the venue management because they are the manager of the venue at BMO Field, which will be Toronto Stadium during the games. And secondly, they are acting on our behalf through a report that came to council and was approved at council to assist with the capital renovations that are happening, again, because they are the operator of that venue. The other piece that we've worked with MLSE is on a particular new package that FIFA has had put in place for 2026, which is commercial rights. This is a defined package through an agreement with FIFA as a way we can leverage private sector funding, and we have contracted with MLSE to provide support to garner those private sector resources for those commercial right packages that all host cities have access to.
But I think you'd agree with me that MLSE is, out of all of the various groups, that's the anchor, our anchor group to deliver these games. Am I wrong?
So through the Speaker, in terms of a partner to deliver the actual games, absolutely, because of their role at BMO
So that's
Field.
their role. And the negotiations with MLSE and those took place with FIFA, with the city. How was that negotiated?
So through the Speaker, that agreement was done by city staff following the report that came to council.
And I did read that there was a decision point not to take information to council. Was that correct, what I read?
Through the Speaker, I don't know what
You're not
piece
familiar
you're
with
talking
that?
about.
That there was a decision not to bring the full package to council so we could see that prior to, I guess it would be back in 22.
Through the Speaker, I'm not sure what the full package would mean. Information
the whole
about
deal.
the agreement with FIFA. Yes, the agreement has
MLSE.
remained confidential.
So we never got to see that as the city.
Through
As
the
the
Speaker,
council,
correct.
that's on the hook for $400 million. And that decision not to bring that or bring council into that, was this during the pandemic? Was there a lot of this work that went on during the pandemic when city council was not sitting?
Through the Speaker, no. The FIFA work, as you know, began in earnest in 2018, so there's been a lot of work on FIFA for a number of years.
And would it be the standard of the city that looking at a almost $400 million debt for us to carry on something where we didn't see the deal and we weren't advised? Is that the standard of practice normally for the city, or was this kind of a one-off that got away? I just need to know if this is our standard of practice.
So through the Speaker, it's not a standard of practice to bring contracts, full contracts to council prior to their signature. Along the way, there were reports which indicated some of the realities of the contract that we were signing, up to and including the fact that we would likely have to enter into an agreement without having confirmation from other orders of government.
But the $30 million was presented. At what point did it go up to $380 million, and at what point was council? That's a standard of practice, I would assume, that, wow, this is getting out of control. What are we going to do?
So through the Speaker, 2 reports were brought forward, one in 2018. The estimate at that time on cost did not include any capital cost nor security cost. It was extremely preliminary and without the FIFA requirements. In 2022, a report was brought to council, and it indicated that the cost of delivery of those games was closer to $300 million.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the city manager. In 2018, council instructed staff to pursue the bid if funding was secured. And it says that the funding guarantees would include appropriate caveats, including secured funding from the provincial and federal governments. Why was the bid pursued without those caveats secured?
So through the Speaker, reports did indicate that it was going to be unlikely that we would be able to comply with that, and it was the recommendation that the city continue to move forward at that time and sign the agreement. So yes, it was recognized that that original request was in place, that all the orders of government would be lined up prior to any agreement. And it was referenced in one of the reports that was going to be unlikely.
I'm not talking about one of the reports, with all due respect. I'm talking about 2018, because yes, there was a subsequent report that buried on page 14. There were references to exposure. But back in 2018, none of that was there. Council instructed staff not to bid unless those caveats were secured. They were not secured. Who directed city staff to move ahead with the bid?
So through the Speaker, I don't know where that full direction came.
Did Mayor Tory direct city staff to pursue the bid, regardless of council's resolution?
So through the Speaker, I don't have any knowledge of that.
Is there somebody in your office who does know?
Through the Speaker, no one in the office that I've spoken with has indicated anything other than what I've shared with you today.
There is nobody who works for the City of Toronto who was there at the time? Are there any documents? Are there any emails? Is there anything that we could look at to understand how that decision was made?
So through the Speaker, not that I've searched for, no.
Do you believe that we need to seek some accountability for that?
So through the Speaker, I'm in Council's hands in terms of what we want to do in terms of looking back at that. It seems clear that there were at various points, including back in the 2018 period, indications that it may not be that the city may not have been able to comply with the goal of receiving all the contributions from other levels of government prior to signing on with FIFA.
Something happened between Council's resolution and the bid being made, and I would hope that you and all of us would want to better understand what occurred. So if the costs continue to increase, the entire exposure was never understood by Council, it wasn't presented by staff, it was never understood that it would go beyond $300 million, certainly. Is there a recourse for the city if the costs continue to increase?
So through the Speaker, I would say our recourse at the moment is to contain what we can contain now as we deliver the games, and that's what we do each and every day as we work with FIFA and our partners on this.
Some of the agreements, or I think fairly characterized as concessions that the city made in the agreement, seem bizarre, and I just wonder if you can rationalize some of them, including if a mom and pa restaurant puts an emblem of the FIFA World Cup on the chalkboard, and they are not in adherence with the brand protection component of that agreement. Are our bylaw enforcement officers seriously supposed to go after them when they don't even have the resources to complete a report within 2 years?
So through the Speaker, what I would say is, remember, this contract is sent across 16 cities in 3 countries. The goal of FIFA is obviously to protect their brand. It is not our intention to do anything, unless we were to see, and working with our partners, to see individuals trying to profit or somehow really skirt what is intended here, which is that you can't use this to further gain your own business just because
that's what I just described, though. So you're saying that we're not going to abide by what the city agreed to?
That was your last question.
So through the Speaker, we continue to work. The agreement that is there lays out a number of things to which we would continue to negotiate how it's going to be. And an example I'll use to be very specific is at one point within the agreement, it said the City of Toronto could not operate any other events or festivals during the period of time of the games. And the answer to that is we said no. And FIFA agrees, and we are going to have other events that will occur. They can't occur, obviously, in and around the stadium, but they will continue to occur. So the goal, of course, of FIFA is to say protect our brand, protect the ability for these things to happen without interruption and without lots of other competition. But there are always the flexibility at the local level, and we are not interested in advancing things that are ridiculously harmful for people enjoying this event within the city. We will take action should it be seen to be beyond what that appropriate line would be. And I can just say, drawing on a chalkboard and welcoming people in for the FIFA World Cup 2026 at a local establishment wouldn't meet the line for me.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, questions, 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. For the city manager, in July of 2022, when council gave authority to move in this direction, EX 34.8, paragraph 6, subparagraph E, was a direction to the city manager to report back to council in the first quarter of 2023 on a community benefits plan, and particularly to report back on how the World Cup hosting would advance Transform TO with particular relevance to transit. We have not received that report, have we?
Through the Speaker, no.
And when are we going to receive it?
Through the Speaker, our goal is to clean up a lot of these reports that are out of date within 2024.
Okay, but we're in a rush now to move towards preparing for the FIFA event. In particular, we've had multiple requests to get Dufferin Rapid TO in place, serving exhibition place, before these games begin. What are you doing to achieve that?
So through the Speaker, as part of the games, we will be developing a comprehensive transportation plan, and that will include all the elements that can advance projects so we can move people around this city better, which also will leave a legacy before and after the games.
All right, given that this report was due already a year ago, can you report back to this council on particularly the Dufferin Rapid TO in the next quarter, Q2 of 2024?
Through the Speaker, I'll have to work with you offline as to whether that's possible. We are committed to bringing back the transportation pieces within 2024, but originally that was going to be more in the fall.
Right, but you recognize that having a plan isn't going to do us any good unless we can implement it before the games arrive.
So to be clear through the Speaker, the plan includes implementation as well, yes.
All right, and so you're going to give us a plan. Well, let's talk offline as to when you can get that back to us, because the TTC also needs time to prepare for this, and there's public consultation. So please get back to me on when you can do this, given all the steps to have this Dufferin Rapid TO in place, serving exhibition place, before the FIFA games begin. You'll do that?
Through the Speaker, yes.
All right, and secondly, zero waste. Again, on your, one other thing. In the executive report that you filed on this item, the business plan for the games doesn't even mention Transform TO. Is compliance with Transform TO part of your business plan? And if so, why isn't it mentioned?
So through the Speaker, it is our intention always to follow what are approved plans and policies of the city. The fact that they're not all listed within the plan is not an indication that we're not going to follow those goals and aspirations.
And again, when can we expect a detailed explanation of how you're going to make the FIFA hosting consistent with Transform TO?
So through the Speaker, I would say that all of those elements will happen over the next year or so as we get closer. Some of the Transform TO pieces will be more operational, but some of the earlier pieces to do with other items may be able to come this year, and some would then come in 2025.
Right, and another key element that's identified in your business plan but with no details is zero waste. When will we get a detailed proposal for what you're doing to make these zero waste games or as close as possible?
So through the Speaker, that would be in 2025 as we finalize the operations moving towards 2026 and delivery of the games.
Right, and is that being integrated in our program on reducing disposable plastics?
Through the Speaker, yes, it'll be aligned with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candaval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff, to build on Councillor Fletcher's questioning. As the costs grew from the initial 45 million estimate, and recognizing you weren't, the city manager was not here at that time, was there thought given to, or was there communication to council as costs were rising and those calculations were significantly increasing?
So through the Speaker, what I can say is the April 2022 report did present what was then an around $300 million estimate on those costs. And in the recommendations and through those recommendations, council did assume an understanding and the risks associated with that cost increase there. So it was not something that came after approvals in that final stage. Very different from 2018. I could spend, we don't have enough time in the 5 minutes, I can spend a long time unpacking why that $45 million was, quite frankly, probably never going to be the number that was realistic for this game.
Thank you. Earlier, I understood the rationale to proceed without certainty from the provincial or federal government was predicated on the $45 million. Is that correct?
So through the Speaker, the $45 million was the estimate at the time, but it was acknowledged that we would need to understand more as we got the requirements from FIFA. And in 2022, it was clearly outlined that we still were awaiting additional resources from other orders of government.
Okay. And finally, looking back and given many of the decision makers, both elected and senior staff, were different at that time, is it incumbent on senior staff to reflect on the governance questions and decisions that were made, not just looking forward in the next 2 years, but for the future of City Council of the City of Toronto? Is that part of the work that's being deliberated upon now?
So through the Speaker, absolutely. There are always lessons learned in terms of these. One of them is, to have policies that are very well intentioned to say we must have all the money lined up before we do things, but recognizing that that's generally not what happens in terms of hosting certain types of events. It may be a discussion that should happen here at Council to say, is that a realistic policy, and how do we work around that? So that's just one example of something that I think should be examined, so we simply have a stronger and straighter path forward on these things in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, 5 minutes.
Thank you, through the chair. Also, a question for City Manager. You're a popular person today. So I'm just wondering if you can explain this and what happens, this is a huge event, and now is it MLSE that goes to the big beverage companies and says, hey, do you want to sponsor this, and then they get X amount of money from that? And do we get a percentage of that? Does that fund part of the, is there a piece of pie that we can share?
So through the Speaker, we work in partnership with MLSE. They are the contractor that's working on how we approach these organizations. There are criteria from FIFA about who we can approach and how, but these will be big contributions, and yes, the City of Toronto receives a share of that to defray the costs of the delivery or to invest in ways that we see fit for the FIFA World Cup.
So is there an estimate of how much sponsorship dollars that they expect to garner for us hosting this event?
So through the Speaker, we're working on that, and we have committed through the Executive Committee conversation to bring back those revenue projections. I think we're bringing them back in Q3 or Q4 of this year.
And does the contract specify what percentage we get of these lucrative contracts that are going to be negotiated?
Through the Speaker, it does.
Is that confidential?
No, what is the breakdown? So through the Speaker, it's 50-50 up to 10 million, and after 10 million, 60-40 for the City of Toronto.
Okay. Is there a version of this reality where we actually make money from this?
So through the Speaker, we will achieve resources that will be invested into this project. So it's not netting out at zero. There's a net positive gain from the private sector investment, and we expect to move that further beyond the commercial rights package by looking at other sponsorship and donor opportunities. And all of that can be invested through the project to either defray costs or to increase things like the legacy components of the FIFA World Cup.
So we know that kids love soccer. It's such a popular sport, and I think that, the buzz is going to hit the city, and we're all going to be very excited. And in this ramp up to this very exciting time, it's a great opportunity to invest in engaging children and youth from vulnerable communities. And I'm wondering, is there an intentional allocation where we leverage this event as an investment towards young people in our city to ensure that they also are really supported and participating and hopefully investing in something even that can grow into the future?
So through the Speaker, yes, it is a formal part of the legacy. The investment in sport, and this is an amateur grassroots level of sport, not a professional level, is part of the legacy of these games that must be part of the city's plan. So we're going to do that, and Sharon, our Executive Director of the FIFA Secretariat, is already connecting with community organizations, and will continue to do that as we build the opportunities for full participation, because we need to be ready What
Yeah.
I do know about these types of events, and we've seen it also in Toronto with the, when the Toronto Raptors came in the basketball community and others, when these events happen and when these organizations come to town, interest in the sport increases, and it's our opportunity to engage children and young people across the city.
So when we say vulnerable youth, and then you're saying amateur sport, it's not always connected, right? Amateur sports captures a lot of people, but is there like an SDFNA lens where organizations that are maybe not sports specific but are deeply embedded in our communities would have the opportunity to participate and be funded to build those bridges?
Through the speaker, yes. I use the term amateur sport just to denote we're not putting money into professional and elite athletes. It would go to the grassroots. And some of that is an equity lens of how do we encourage participation. And remember, this is not participation necessarily that this will become a lifelong path for folks. It is about that connection, that safety that comes with recreational opportunities. And the good news is some of the capital investment of FIFA will actually improve some access to facilities in this city, which is also good news for increasing that participation.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, before you start my time, I'm not sure if all my questions will be public, and I just want to say the areas I want to investigate, and if any of them are private, we will need to go in camera. So I'm particularly interested in some of the security-related issues and some of the history we've experienced in terms of other international events. Things like, is there going to be any work to remove homeless people from the streets? What the decision-making between different police forces will be. That's been something we've had bad experience with. Are there any plans for additional detention facilities? And will there be any suspension of the rights of Torontonians to travel through their city freely? Are any of those in-camera questions?
Through the speaker, yes.
Okay, I'm going to need to go
But
on
let me
camera.
also just add to that a little bit in saying that we would be unable to respond to most of those because
I still need to go in camera to understand as much as you've got. Sorry, Speaker, I need to go in camera.
Good. Yeah. So, Councillor Perks, do you have any public questions? Because if we go on camera, we're going to go at the end. So do you have any public questions?
I want to explore those areas before I know whether or not I have public questions.
Okay, so then we'll skip and we'll go to other members then. All right.
Does that preserve my right to be able to ask
No,
public questions after we go in camera?
No, you could ask after. Yes.
Sorry, if I can confer with the clerk for a second.
So we're not going in camera?
No. We're just going to continue because it's, let's just finish the public and then we'll go in camera after. All right? So the next, Councillor Myers, are you here? Councillor Myers? Okay. Just one sec. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Speaker. I guess my first question is, the agreement with FIFA makes a lot of commitments regarding public transit. And I'm just wondering, who at the TTC have you been in contact with? What's the TTC's involvement been at this point?
Through the Speaker, thank you for that question. So our team have been working on the development of a transportation and mobility plan. It's included a number of stakeholder groups, including colleagues from transportation as well as TTC. So that plan is underway.
So the plan makes some commitments to increase service levels, free transit for ticket holders, increase service levels. Has there been any discussions as to whether that would come out of the TTC's budget or the city's budget?
So through the Speaker, I can say that, as the city manager referred to a little bit earlier, some of the items in the FIFA agreements are evolving as plans unfold, and some of those are related to transportation. So our commitment to provide free transportation to all ticket holders is something that has changed and evolved as we've moved forward. So we do not have that commitment any longer. And some of the other areas of increased service we have been discussing because we want to make sure that the fans and spectators coming here have a great experience in our city, and that we are taking into account the increased volume of people who would be traveling to and from the stadium.
Thank you. There are also commitments around the use of public ad space, that they have to be FIFA related within a certain distance to the stadium. As you probably know, the TTC has a number of contracts with Pattison about the use of public ad space on TTC bus stops. Has there been any discussion, I guess, with TTC Legal about how that would actually work?
Yeah, through the Speaker, those are discussions to be honest, we have not had yet. Okay. We understand that requirement, and again, that's an area that we will negotiate with FIFA. It would be pretty standard practice for us to allow our city-owned assets to be part of the FIFA branding and elements that we want to use to promote, to do wayfinding, et cetera, for the event. But how that will look and what areas we'll focus on has not been determined yet.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is either for the city manager or CFO. I'm just curious, when the city decides to undertake an initiative like this, is there some sort of risk analysis that it goes through a risk exercise in terms of we have a risk appetite statement and we make sure that we understand the risks that we're undertaking before we go forward with something?
So through the Speaker, yes.
And was that process followed in this?
So through the Speaker, yes, and even in some of the reports that did come to council, there were indications of what the risks and benefits of this type of activity were, as the city has seen in other types of events, whether it's the Pan Am Games or whether it's even hosting a conference and a large-scale conference. Those types of things do happen.
Right, but sort of beyond sort of a risk and benefits, like an actual risk appetite statement that says this is how the city always sort of the thought process that the city undertakes before it undertakes any sort of significant events or initiatives. There's a risk analysis that sort of helps people to think through all of the potential problems. Is there anything like that exists at the city, like a sort of a standard risk framework that all the major decisions sort of go through?
So through the speaker, I think it's fair to say we do look at that risk, and it is a risk and benefits analysis, and it is specific to the opportunity, which then raises whether the recommendation should be to go forward or not. It's not we're not able, quite frankly, because most things aren't apples to apples, to say this is the framework you'd use for all of these or all of these. It is a risk-benefit analysis that leads to a recommendation to go forward or not.
Thank you. And is the analysis that was done for FIFA, is that publicly available?
So we have through the speaker, we have a summary of the work that's happened, and I believe through our website that we're developing, we're actually going to be releasing, and I can't remember the name of the organization that did it, but it was actually the analysis of the FIFA opportunity for the City of Toronto, Organisport, and that large document is going to be made available through our website as well. So yes, the background work was done both by external consultants as well as our own staff.
And is that available here? Councillors?
Last question.
Through the speaker, it will be.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. As we've heard and we understand, the investments we're making in the World Cup are significant, and people in communities across Toronto must directly benefit. What has the city learned from previous community benefits agreements on major investments that we can apply here?
So through the speaker, there's lots that we've learned. I will say that these types of events are different than where some of the community benefits has worked because there's not a lot of capital. I mean, the number seems fairly large, but it's not the same as a large transit capital project or a massive 3 or 4 year build. So we're going to have to look at this more of how does community benefit work into an event space? How does it work into more of the hospitality piece? And so Sharon and her team are looking at ways that community benefits can be embedded in a way that makes sense for this type of event while looking at what's worked with previous activities.
So to that point, the World Cup is an incredibly unique opportunity. We've acknowledged that. And I'd like to hear more about what steps we can take to ensure that we're setting and reaching ambitious targets on maximizing the community benefits opportunities when it comes to hosting major events in Toronto.
Through the speaker, thank you for that question. And I can tell you that our team are committed to making sure that we have long-term community benefits and legacy from hosting this major global event. So we are working with our colleagues in SDFA and in PMMD to advance a community benefits plan, and it is based on the existing community benefits framework that's here in the city, and it will address items like workforce development plan, social procurement, supply chain policy, etc. So we will be building all of this into our overall community benefits plan.
Okay, so I appreciate the sharing of that, and I also want to just draw on what we heard at the executive committee meeting. The city manager had mentioned working with community stakeholders to reach community benefits goals, especially ones that are unique to a major event, and being able to set some new ways forward about reaching the targets that are being looked for. So what actions are being taken now to ensure community members and stakeholders, as well as advocacy groups, are at the table to create that forward-thinking approach that can keep the city accountable?
Through the speaker, we are working, as I said, with our colleagues on the development of a framework and plan that is specific to a major event like this. And then going forward, our intention is to stand up advisory bodies in each of the areas that we're developing. We've already had a couple of meetings with the Toronto Community Benefits Network to get their input and their insight on some of the plans that we're developing at this point. But we will continue to engage a variety of stakeholders to help inform and guide our work going forward.
So what is the time frame that we can expect on those tables and those advisory bodies, especially the time frame being 2 years away that we keep hammering away at?
Yeah, right now we're aiming to have to provide a status in this summer, this summer, and then a fuller, more fulsome report with more details of plans in the fall cycle.
And so equally important to entering into community benefits agreements are ensuring that they are a success. And can you please share a little bit more, you were city manager, about what tools we have at our disposal to monitor and track the agreements as we move towards the games?
Through the speaker, right now we're working, as I said, with our colleagues in the Community Benefits Unit on the existing tools and resources related to community benefit planning. And we will continue to sort of look at those and perhaps make tweaks again so that it's a fit for a major event like this and not a major capital project, which typically has been used thus far. So there will be some elements that we will address and change, and we'll work with our colleagues and other stakeholders to get input on what that might look like.
We know that the FIFA World Cup for 2026 is unique because of the multiple hosting cities. Has community benefits and, the formation framework of them been raised at those tables with other host cities?
Yes, through the speaker, some of the community benefits and legacy themes that we have developed here in Toronto are consistent across the 16 host cities. So just as we are very committed and want to tell a positive story about the benefit of hosting this global event in our city, FIFA is equally committed to telling a story across all 16 host cities and what community benefits and legacies can look like as an entire tournament.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions.
Through you, Speaker, to the city manager, the report or the information that you spoke of in response to Councillor Meyer's question around risk assessment, will councillors be able to see that before we vote on this item?
So through the speaker, to be clear, that's a background document that helped inform all of the opportunities that were there. The 2018 report had a chart in that clearly outlined what some of the risks and benefits were. My suggestion is councils had that information available to them in previous reports, so it's there. What we are doing is providing further access to the background documents.
Thank you. Regarding, I'm not sure who this question is directed to, but can you explain for us and for members of the public who are asking how it is that the city can negotiate an agreement that binds the Toronto Transit Commission, which is an agency and perhaps and has its own governance in relation to what it must produce in relation to this particular project?
So through the speaker, I would say that the overall agreements are on the plans that are required for transportation and moving people around. Any of the very specific things would happen through the existing governance structures that we have. I would liken it to the New Deal discussion where commitments were made around transit and transportation, and now we're working through those with the TTC. That's exactly what Sharon talks about when she says those are the folks that are there. Those specifics and how, for instance, they are all funded and how TTC is kept whole would go through the governance structure of the TTC. So nothing we've signed usurps the governance structures that we have in any way. It is we are committing ourselves to having an ability to deliver on what it is that we've suggested we need to deliver on.
And that would encapsulate the free transit for pass holders and, the questions of whether there are enough buses, et cetera?
Through the speaker, correct.
Okay. On the question of community benefits, there was in 2022, there was a commitment that there would be a plan in the first quarter of 2023 for community members who were looking for that. Can you explain why that didn't come forward and what what would be possible to come forward as we proceed?
So through the speaker, we've committed to bringing that forward in 2024. We are in conversations, so the community groups now are engaged and we're working together on it, and we continue to want to do that work. It is delayed from our original projected date. There's no question about it, but we'll bring it forward as soon as we can. And the good news is that the community is now talking directly with our secretariat and working that through.
Wonderful, thank you. And then my final question has to do with the requirements that are go alongside signing a deal with FIFA that has been reported widely in the media and that has people concerned around the upholding of human rights frames, protections for vulnerable people, labor laws, and other guarantees of specific rights that are entitled to people in this province and in this country. Can you comment on how the city has regarded that or would handle the question of whether this would be a lowering standard for people?
So through the speaker, the city, there's nothing to date that has lowered a standard on anything. And, I know there's been discussions around labor, for instance. We don't control that. If changes are made to any labor codes or legislation, we would have to follow those. To date, nothing's happened. Our procurement follows our procurement, including fair wage and everything else. Our procurement is the city's procurement, not MLSE's or anyone else's or FIFA's. And our work of the games would continue to hold that high standard. So until such time as other orders of government might change a legislative piece, we would have to comply with that, but there's no indication that that's happening.
So your intention is to both comply with all of the laws of the land and that there isn't an intention to subvert that, and it's also your intention to make sure that value in terms of community benefits or community access to jobs and to be able to bid, if possible, on certain limited amount of purchase of service and goods, that is your intention to deliver on that, and you'd be amenable to putting that, for us to move something like that.
But through the speaker, absolutely. And, the good news is we're ahead of the game a little bit. We do have procurement pieces already in place that we can build on, and we will.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza. Okay, after.
Yeah, I just have really a couple of questions just in terms of the opportunities. So it's my understanding that the gates for the games, that is an element that still has to be negotiated with FIFA.
So through the speaker, my understanding is the gate is FIFA's.
No, I know, but it was my understanding based on the conversation that we were having with your staff and MLSE, the MLSE folks that were at the meeting a few weeks back, that in fact, while the gate is MLSE's, we have an opportunity to share in that gate. There's some limited opportunity, and you get to negotiate a portion of that with them.
So through the speaker, there's a slight negotiation on stadium fees that is possible, not on the gate. So that gate is not MLSE's, that gate is FIFA's. So FIFA controls across all 16 host cities the games.
So not LMSE. So now I'm hearing from you something that I obviously misunderstood from the CEO of MLSE, who basically on a direct question like that, where it was his view that the gate could actually be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, depending on what the established price is for that, and that we have an opportunity with them with FIFA to negotiate a share of that. Was that?
Yeah.
Did I misunderstand what he said?
Through the speaker, I can clarify, and maybe there is a bit of a misunderstanding. So anything related to ticketing is managed and operated and totally under the control of FIFA. And so that's setting the ticket prices. So we actually have no idea what the ticket prices in Toronto or across the tournament will be. And all of that is managed by FIFA, and that revenue from ticket sales remains with FIFA. Where we have an opportunity for generating revenue from FIFA is on the actual stadium fees. So they will be paying us to operate the stadium.
Okay. So with respect to, I don't know what I guess we're using the term Fan Fest. We don't really know what Fan Fest looks like today, I imagine. But have you looked at that, and are there any potential for revenues related to what that Fan Fest could potentially look like?
Yeah.
Have you put those numbers in here?
Through the speaker, we are working on FanFest. We have a bit of I guess, broad notion of what we'd like FanFest to look like. There are some guidelines and some frameworks that FIFA have provided, and there will be opportunities for revenue generation. I don't believe, right now we're leaning towards not having it a ticketed event so that it can be open to the public, to all public. But there will be opportunities to generate revenue, perhaps through partner activations, allowing food and beverage vendors to come on board for a fee, that kind of thing.
But that's not here, so we don't know what potential revenues are out there for us in relation to that.
That is correct.
Okay. And in relation to the stadium improvements and so on, so is that all locked in, or do we have an opportunity there to continue conversations with MLSE about what those benefits look like and who those benefits may accrue to?
Through the speaker, work on the capital project at the stadium is well advanced because we obviously needed the longest runway to get that work done and make sure that it's completed on time for the tournament. So we've been working very closely with MLSE as the project manager and with CAA Icon.
No, but what I'm saying is this. I understand, bigger seats, the suites, you got to renovate the kitchen and all of those, building it up to 45,000 seats and so on. I understand all of that. I get all of that. But have we ended our negotiations with MLSE as it relates to the benefits of all of that, and do all of those benefits just simply, or whatever's left there, do they just simply accrue to MLSE and we have no opportunity to continue our conversation with them about how we share in those benefits?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, we are working with MLSE right now to determine if there's some opportunities for further investment that would have some of the items we're doing as permanent.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To the city manager, who has final decision-making on what security measures are in place?
Sharon, to you.
Through the speaker, we have developed an integrated safety and security unit as part of our planning for the event. And it's made up of a number of different stakeholders, including our team at the Secretariat, Toronto Police Service, Toronto Emergency Management, paramedic services, etc. So that team are developing the comprehensive safety and security plan.
If the RCMP determines that there's a dignitary that requires special protection measures, who has final decision-making authority over that?
That would be, are working with our federal counterparts on safety and security as well, and if there was a federal element to it, they would be part of that table making that decision.
No, I'm sorry, Speaker. I've asked the question twice. I'm not asking if there's a table. I'm asking who decides.
So through the speaker, I'll help. There are certain operational measures which would be local, and that is Toronto Police Services and Toronto Emergency Management would be the deciders on that. There are things that would be outside of our jurisdiction, and those would be with other orders of government and their security forces, including the RCMP.
And will council be informed of decisions taken by other police forces, other orders of governments that affect how policing is done here in the City of Toronto?
So through the speaker, we can take that away and bring back information on
You don't
exactly,
know right now?
Pardon me?
Do you know right now?
The security plan is not completed at the moment.
Okay.
No.
During the actual event, who will have operational command of security decisions?
Through the speaker, that would be a combination of Toronto Police Services and Toronto Emergency Management, depending on the nature.
So we have had experience with international events where it was unclear whether it was the RCMP, the OPP, or the Chief of Police in Toronto. Have we been guaranteed that the Chief of Police will have operational command during the event? We've been
through
guaranteed
the
that.
Speaker, those conversations on that level of coordination on the security are also part of what the planning is happening now, and they will be clarified when the plan is completed.
Okay. Has the City of Toronto made any decisions or taken a position for that table about the rights of unhoused persons during the event? In some international events, including ones in the City of Toronto, decisions have been taken to scoop unhoused people to make the city look prettier. Have we got a position on that we will hold firm on, even if it means canceling an event?
So through the Speaker, those conversations are a part of the discussion, and I can tell you that the position of the City of Toronto is not to have any untoward activity happen to unhoused persons or other persons who are vulnerable. There will be impacts because of the nature of the event, but not to a broad scale that you've described. So no, the full plan is not completed yet, but our position will be very clear on that. Outside of areas that need to be secured, which may impact some of the
What is the
issues
extent of the areas that need to be secured?
So through the Speaker, for example, on match days, there is an area around Exhibition Place and obviously the stadium, Toronto Stadium during the games, BMO Field at the moment, that will be a secured area, and access would only be granted to those who have either credentials to get into those areas or ticket holders
And
themselves.
if there's someone who is currently sleeping rough or in an encampment or something like that within that area, what is the position the City of Toronto will take?
So through the Speaker, those are the discussions we have to have, but well in advance of that, we would need to have a game plan in place for how individuals would be assisted to find safe shelter.
So given that the City of Toronto has taken a position that housing is a human right and that there are considerable questions we're still working through in terms of the rights of unhoused people, will the City of Toronto put its foot down and say, no, you can't just scoop people, even if they're within an area? And if the other parties say you must, would we walk away?
So through the Speaker, I don't think that's a question that I can fairly answer here for you today, because we also make decisions on a day-by-day basis in other
Sorry, I
places.
got to get this in. I'm almost out of time. Given that Toronto has, we're a city with populations from all over the world, and there are conflicts all over the world, and some teams may be here that people want to protest. What steps will the City of Toronto take to enshrine the right to protest during FIFA?
That was your last question.
So through the Speaker, that is also will have to be part of the plan, because the right to protest is something that we deal with in the city on a day-by-day basis.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. I don't know whether this was asked earlier, but the municipal accommodation tax is now, as of May of last year, went up to 6%.
Through the Speaker, yes.
And historically, has there been pretty strong compliance with that, with hotel corporations collecting it and remitting it to the city?
Through the Speaker, yes.
Now, is there, to the first 18 million or so, does that go to a collective?
Every time Pasternak lies, another child in Gaza dies.
Okay. Okay, can I have security, please? Okay, please have if I can ask security to remove them from the council chambers. Okay, can I please have security remove? Okay, I'm asking the members to please leave the council chambers.
We'll just see what happens. People just came in.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, Councillor Pasternak. Well, I'm Councillor Pasternak. I know. If this continues, what we will do is we will not allow any member of the public to be in the council chambers for the rest of the council meeting. If this continues. Yes, if this continues all day, that's what has to be done. Point of privilege, Councillor Holyday.
To you that I found this highly disruptive.
Yes.
And I also found it highly alarming that an individual member of council was targeted. I understand that things happen in the chamber and people come to speak about public policy, and sometimes there's actions, but this was specifically directed to a member of the council.
Right. And that's why I will, if this continues, I will be making that decision. So Councillor Pasternak, did you want to continue? Questions? Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, I'd like to exercise.
I'm sorry, but for the disruption.
I know, freedom of...
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was on the issue of the municipal accommodation tax, and I guess we talked about compliance, and you had mentioned that compliance has been quite strong. Now, my next question is, isn't there a call-off for a collective of hotels of the first 18 million? Is that still in place?
Through you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, what I'd like to ask is that the security vacate the public from the council chambers. No, everybody from the council chambers, please leave.
Yeah, the freedom of speech is for the bigots.
Yeah.
That gives you the right to deny the public.
Well, this is, you know, really, this is disgusting, having members come into this council chambers and disrupt the council meeting. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, we want to continue.
I
Yes.
understand, and I
Okay.
understand how distressing things are. I'll
Yeah.
remind you of the time we had a woman here, and we had to recess, and security had to deal with her. That was at least 15 or 20 minutes. So this is an open chamber. I understand the concerns. I understand the fact that somebody's name has been said, but I think we just need to realize that these things happen in this chamber, and you dealt with it very well. Everybody's going.
But
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, this cannot continue. Okay, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak, do you want to?
I do hear you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not that deaf. So back to my other question. Does the collective of, I think it's Tourism Toronto, collective of hotels still take the first 18 million of that tax, or what is the parcel?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so there's a formula that will identify of the total amount of municipal accommodation tax that is collected, the amount that we will provide as a contribution to Destination Toronto to be able to promote tourism efforts in the city. 18 million, I believe, may have been the amount we had provided in the midst of the pandemic. I'd have to look back on the exact estimated contribution for this year. I believe it might be closer to 25 or 30 million.
But the deal was that they get the first 18 million, and if nothing comes in after that, we get nothing.
So through the pandemic, we had committed to providing the first portion of municipal accommodation taxes provided. Otherwise, it's actually a formula based on the total amount that's collected, not necessarily the first 18 million.
Okay. Regarding showcase funding, and I guess they're calling it FanFest now. During the Pan Am Games, there was a fair amount, a good pool of money for showcase funding that went around the city for arts and cultural programs. Is that what you're referring to as FanFest? And I guess my other part is we're looking for assurances that it'll be shared equitably throughout the various community councils.
Through the Speaker, yes, we've designated funds in the budget, of course, for FanFest, which is our one sort of central hub for celebration and to view matches, et cetera, in a public space. But our intention is to also make sure that we are reaching out into communities in the city and supporting other celebrations across the city and engagement of neighborhoods across the city through the tournament.
Okay, and there is a plan underway to share it equitably among the 4 districts?
Yes, we haven't worked out exactly how we will work with the various neighborhoods, but we've met with the BIAs and we're having some of those discussions about how we can support their engagement through the dates of the tournament.
Thank you. My next question is a follow-up to Councillor Perk's questions about security. My understanding that is if a foreign dignitary does visit the City of Toronto, the RCMP is the lead security decision maker and organizer. Go ahead.
Through the Speaker, yes, that is my understanding as well. That would become a diplomatic responsibility that the federal government would manage.
Right. So recently, when the Prime Minister of Italy was in town, the lead of that would have been the RCMP.
I assume so. Sorry, I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't part of that
Thank you very
delegation.
much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's in the body of the report. You described our reason for being confident in our actions with the federal government is that they, apart from having the policy of they pay 35% of an event, they actually are currently engaged in an initiative to improve Canada's ability to attract exactly these types of events. So we can be fairly confident. But I'm wondering, what's the juncture at which that 35% gets decided? We have before us the $380 million now, and that's your best estimate of an all-in. Is that the juncture at which they decide 35%, or are they waiting for other information?
Yeah, through the Speaker, that's a great question, and I wish I knew the answer. What I can tell you is that just as of last week, when I was speaking with our federal contact regarding funding, that they advised me that an announcement would be imminent on the funding related to the FIFA World Cup for both ourselves and for our co-city here in Canada, Vancouver.
Okay. And Madam Speaker, my next question is actually for the city manager. I'm just going to lay the big wet fish on the table. We have a lot of questions today. We also have the media having done an FOI. There's been the criticism of a lack of transparency up to this point, particularly in the early years and particularly prior to the current administration. I'm wondering if you can speak to what the go forward is. At this point, is the goal to make transparent as much as possible from the past? And are we actually advocating to all partners to be as transparent as humanly possible going forward in all of the known numbers and actions, and et cetera? Or is transparency the guidebook here?
So through the Speaker, yes. And, I think that we're demonstrating that in small ways with the reports that we brought forward very recently, and being clear about where numbers are headed and what we're looking at. We'll continue to do that. There are some things. We are working with a global entity across 3 countries, and we are 1/16 of that delivery. So there are some things that aren't ours to control entirely, but where we can. And then the other piece is, we're going to be sharing a lot more as we get into the operational piece of it. I mean, Sharon and her team are working, that's all they do, is get up every day and think about how this event will be layered on. So I know people want to know a lot of what's going to happen. And the answer is we don't quite know all of it yet. We will, and those regular updates will be very important.
Right, and while transparency is now a guiding principle, we've already heard we're going in camera to talk about security. There will be some matters, especially with safety and security of the property being Toronto, some things will have to remain confidential, will they not?
Through the Speaker, yes, and some things will be things we can't answer because they're not ours to answer. So this is an event that's not ours. We don't run the event. We're one portion of the event. But yes, there are elements even at a local level that will remain confidential.
But through the that's a reality. But through the framework that the mayor announced this morning, through the framework that you now know about in this letter, will council be able to feed in what are, it's a clumsy word, but what are deal breakers for them? The kinds of things that really concern them and concern the community. Will council have opportunities through this framework over the next 2 years to be able to put in there what they need to see as guiding principles? Will they have that opportunity? Will they have that jurisdiction?
So through the Speaker, the short answer is yes. There's going to be many more times where this will be discussed in terms of elements of how the games are put together. And, I would expect today we're going to get a bunch of direction and things to bring back so we can have those discussions on the elements that are really clear to council. Every once in a while we may have to say, well, hey, this is the way the games work, and that's not there. But I think on most things, We're going to be able to make sure that this is how Toronto would want to run what we can and how what we have control over, alongside making sure that we are an absolute amazing partner to this amazing global sporting event.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thanks, Speaker. I think my questions are for the city manager. They're fairly general in nature. There's been media circulated about some of the contents about this agreement, and they've caught headlines, and I absolutely understand and appreciate the work of the media in what they do. But, I think some of the earlier questions surrounded around the role of bylaw enforcement officers. And so, I'm thinking about it, like, what if I go to a game and I put some face paint on and I put the Canada soccer logo? I mean, is bylaw going to stop and give me a ticket? Is it, like, what's the intent? Can we respond to sort of the headline? Could you give council a bit of an explanation? To the extent you can, right? Because maybe we're not in camera, I don't know.
So through the Speaker, at a general level, we will work with our partner, as we would with any event that's going on, to protect their brand at the highest level.
Right.
But at the individual level, at the participant level, at the resident business owner level, that is going to be a long way between until we get to some type of enforcement. We have a lot to do here at the City of Toronto. We did not turn over the role of overseeing our MLS to FIFA. We will comply and support those efforts, but we are not here to take away the enjoyment and the entertainment that this event will host.
So FIFA is a sporting organization. Look, the NHL is, the NFL, the PGA. Are these for-profit entities or not for-profit?
So through the Speaker, I'm not sure the legal organization of FIFA writ large. I mean, they may end up being an association or some kind of nonprofit.
Right.
They bring in a lot of money, though.
But yeah, no, but my point in this, though, is would you agree that, the logos and trademarks are important to sporting organizations, especially governing bodies, because if they're not for profits, I mean, that's part of how they survive.
Oh, through the Speaker, 100%. And that's why you see that language in. I would say to you, it's no different than other types of agreements that we would have in as well.
So if FIFA's operating in Toronto and there's people with piles of cardboard boxes on the side of the road selling unlicensed or fake merchandise, there's some bylaw concerns in that. So, I'm not putting words in your mouth or expectations, but, in the circle of these big events, these entities come in and they are worried about what happens in a municipality and especially around things like brand. And you speak to there was an example of somebody wrote something on a chalkboard. That's very different than somebody cranking out tens of thousands of fake T-shirts and profiting off of that.
So through the Speaker, exactly, and that's the level to which we would be working. We are a partner in this endeavor, and we want to make sure that if there's egregious acts being taken to lessen the brand of this event, that we would do what we can appropriately do, as we may do today with anything else.
So another headline was a little bit about free transit. Is there an opportunity or a point in time when council might get a chance to understand in more detail the thinking around some of these elements, right? Because my point is, and it's because the privilege I have because of council has allowed me to is involved in the Hockey Hall of Fame, right? And I know a little bit about branding and the importance to them. So, how will I learn about some of these other considerations?
So through the Speaker, it is our intent to be regular and intentional about bringing back elements so that you can understand the full piece of it. So on the transit, for instance, it's been a point of discussion and with FIFA that has changed. So the agreement that was originally there has changed. They are looking and working with all the cities, Toronto's just one of 16, to say how can you best deliver the games in a way that makes sense for fans and patrons of this activity and for your residents, and lives up to what we want to see, but there are changes happening. So the regular updates you'll receive will become more programmatic. Here's how things are going to happen so that you can understand what the role of transportation is going to look like better than what was a blanket agreement signed with many parties in many different cities across North America, not just the Toronto event.
So big cities hosting big events like the Olympics, Pan Am Games, is it radical thinking that somehow transit would factor into all of this because there's lots of fans moving about, and frankly, we want them to move around our city and go to the different events and spend money in our businesses and
Your last
enjoy our city?
question.
So through the speaker, no, and in fact, you hear, all of us here at the City of Toronto know it well. We've, the Pan Am Games, even the major sporting teams that are here, there are always transportation discussions about how we move people in and out of those. So that's just the sporting world, let alone some of the other actions and activities that happen in a big city like Toronto. So this is not unique to this event, and we're actually going to be building on some of the great work that's happened in the past, most recently with the Pan Am Games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Talking about
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, my questions are I'm actually not sure who would answer them, but they're actually very basic questions. We've heard that it's a great opportunity to showcase the City of Toronto. So is there a plan to make sure that we're ready to be showcased? And what I mean by that is, I've driven along Richmond Street for a number of years, tons of graffiti, pick your park, lots going on there. Pick your weekend, overflowing garbage cans. Pick your park, grass that's cut once a month, whatever the case is, gardens that may not be kept. The city's run down, in my opinion, and not through the fault of the city manager, but I have a feeling you're going to be answering it. But my question really is, are we actually going to start focusing on those elements which will make us proud of our city?
So through the speaker, yes, and unrelated to FIFA, to be quite honest with you. It's actions and activities that we'll be taking, some of which are the result of some additional investments through the budget, but most of which are just making sure we get the basics right and looking at some of these actions. That will help us, whatever we're doing, between now and FIFA, during FIFA, and after FIFA. So I don't want to link it that we're only going to do it as we lead up to 2026. In fact, this is on the work plan of divisions to start to make sure we get those basics right and do them well, starting now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Chow to speak.
Do you want to wait till after lunch, or want me to go ahead? Which is fine.
Do you want?
It's fine. We have.
Or do you want to?
10. Doesn't matter, because I suspect there might be some questions, but that's okay.
Yeah, keep going.
For lunch and start after lunch.
Well,
I'm fine with.
I don't know. Do members want to? Do members want to?
Okay, we'll start.
Break for lunch and then we start.
I can start.
Okay,
yeah.
we're going to start.
Yep, okay. Not
Go
to worry.
ahead.
If people
Yeah.
will ask whatever questions. I can tell from the question that folks have to the staff that there is a tremendous amount of interest in this item. It is spring, even though can't quite feel the spring weather. It is spring. Spring is a time for us to reorganize, deal with some of the leftover things that are not quite organized, and get into the corners, dust things off, clear out the cobwebs. And when I arrived here, I have looked at this FIFA deal. Now, in just 2 short years, we are hosting the World's Game. It is the world coming to Toronto, and that is exciting. We are hosting 6 matches during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because it is the second most popular game in the world aside from the Olympics. And there's a chance that we can use this opportunity to deepen our connections to one another and really drive home the sense that Toronto is a place where people feel they belong, and stand united in our diversity, celebrate it, and make Toronto's global beacon of hope that shines that much brighter. Would I have signed the deal without the agreement from the federal and the provincial government? No. Would I have made the deal, the bid public if I am able to legally? Yes. However, I am settled with what we have now. What I want to do is to make sure this game is a resounding success. Not only in the lasting connections it builds across the city, but making sure it is a financial success. Yes, I heard all these questions from different councillors saying, how do we control the cost? And I looked at the structure that was set up previously. It did not have a lot of the councillors. It did not provide, for me, the confidence that it would provide the kind of scrutiny and involvement with members of council. It is important to drive the excitement of this issue, of this World Cup, and I hear it in councillors, whether you've coached soccer before, you have a kid that are playing soccer in a league, you used to play it before. I hear the excitement in your voice, but I also heard the caution. So what I've done is I've tapped former city councillor, budget chief, David Sanaki, to be my FIFA envoy. And he will be working, David Sanaki will be working with Toronto, the FIFA Cup's team, to help deliver on my commitment to make these games and their legacy open, transparent, and accountable to every members of council and the people of Toronto. And to add on to it, Budget Chief Shirley Carroll will also, through the subcommittee of the executive committee, will also provide the line-by-line, what should I use the word, scrutiny, that she's very familiar with. She's the fiscal watchdog. Thank you, Councillor. That is the word for it. But we also need to find more money, right, to donation. So Councillor Michael Thompson will head up a champions team to bring different business champions together, people that believe in the power of sports to spark especially young people's imagination and their physical well-being. And Councillor Michael Thompson is going to head that up. Now, a lot of you, for example, Councillor Peruzza, Councillor Mantas, Councillor Jay Robertson, Deputy Mayor Malik, Deputy Mayor Cole, love the games and want to have involvement, whether it's through the FIFA Fan Fest involvement or looking at how we could work with the local neighborhoods. So they are forming a council committee that was already established, but I'm formalizing it. And this team will make sure that the legacy of the games, we're calling it the FIFA World Cup 26 Forever Committee, to build on the legacy of this game. And it will be composed by the group of councillors, and Councillor Deputy Mayor Jennifer McAuliffe and I and Councillor Cole will be bringing the team together. So Councillor McAuliffe will help chair that. And we will also bring folks together for an executive steering committee. And this will include external stakeholders, whether it's provincial, federal representative, Indigenous representative, as well as partners who are key to delivering this World Cup games in Toronto. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik is also part of this team because the game is mostly going to be in her ward. She is also going to keep an eye to make sure there's community benefits, environmental rights, so there's as net zero carbon footprint as possible. Human rights and labor rights, she's going to keep an eye on all that, and I have full confidence she will do a great job. Deputy Mayor Mike Cole will help me to chair this executive steering committee. I decided I will actually take the leadership role in it because it's important. It is $380 million. So it is also have a lasting legacy. So I have now tightened the strengthening and clarifying the structure and the mandate of these key decision-making bodies. Some of them are advisory, others have decision-making bodies. I assure you, you will hear back at council through the executive committee and, of course, from our staff, regular update. It will be transparent. I will make sure you see whatever documents you need to see as long as I work within the legal framework. Well, yes, that's important. Some of you asked me some questions about how we work with the MLSE. Councillor Peruzza asked those questions to the staff. I actually pulled out the bid document, the framework for terms and service agreement between the City of Toronto and MLSE in respect of FIFA World Cup. This is a public document. It was served at, it's a letter from the city dated February 10th, 2023. Those of you that are interested in seeing this document, it is a letter of intent. I have several copies of it, Councillor Peruzza. If you're interested in it, we can go through it, or you can ask the staff about it. There are some more agreements that needs to be made in due course, and there's called definitive agreements. We can go into the details of it if you're interested. There are principles in here that govern how these agreements are going. The FIFA World Cup is an incredible opportunity, and Toronto will rise to that occasion just like we always do, and we'll do it together because we are always stronger together. So thank you for your interest, your excitement, your scrutiny. Let's do this together. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a good way for us to raise money is to do a City of Toronto lottery. That will pay for the event. We'll get millions of dollars and yes. I'll tell you, that's a good way to raise money.
Through you, just allow me one more line. Sorry, Madam Speaker. I assume that you're asking me that question. I am looking for ideas, suggestions, whether it's how the Fan Fest would look like, how it involves with your local council, your local residents, your BIA, environmental groups, soccer, sports folks. Let me know. We have now a structure in place to take your opinion. There will also be, pardon me, sorry to do that, just to answer your question, if you're interested in the lottery or any other questions, any other suggestions, I'm open for suggestions. And there will be a council liaison staff to gather all your information and exciting ideas. And there will also be a budget analyst that are designated to work with Budget Chief Carroll so that every penny will be, well, penny and not there, every dime will be accounted for.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we do have to ask the province, though, if we have a lottery. we did before. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have a motion that focuses on leaving a legacy for youth access to soccer and recreation.
Where's the motion?
It should be on its way.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Along with that motion, I was very pleased to work with the Mayor and my colleagues on Executive Committee to ask for a robust revenue plan to ensure that while our taxation, our ability to tax, doesn't grow with the economy the way that the federal and provincial governments are able to, that we come up with a plan to ensure that to the best of our ability, we use all creativity possible to make taxpayers right to the best of our ability, given that we are facing such a major challenge of over a $300 million hole. Now, I want to begin by saying that I believe that there is great value in hosting these games. It could be a boon to the local economy, for local entrepreneurs and local businesses. There will be millions of eyes on our city, which can contribute to not only our economy, but to tourism, and also to the fun and pride of communities throughout our incredibly diverse city. There will be neighborhoods that will be celebrating these games throughout each one of them. That being said, though, I believe it's incumbent upon us to also acknowledge when mistakes have been made. And the deal, the agreement that was signed and executed was not good for Toronto. The concessions that were made that are only starting to come to light now through the media are absurd. To expect that we should be enforcing bylaws such as brand protection on small businesses, the city manager said that that's not his expectations, but what if it's FIFA's? What do we do in that case? We're going to be closing down streets on the behest of FIFA? Well, each one of us in Toronto have to look at ugly hoarding and construction every day. FIFA dignitaries are now guarded from having to look at that. These are absurd concessions. And I disagree. Mayor John Tory was on the radio this morning suggesting that all of this is defensible. I find that absurd. And I believe, indefensible rather. And I believe that Mayor Tory and, frankly, the city scored an own goal when they executed this agreement. But here's the question, should this agreement ever been executed in the first place? Why was the bid actually pursued when council made it very clear that it should not, unless there were clear commitments from the provincial and federal governments that were not done back in 2018? Who told staff to execute? Who told staff to place the bid? Why did that happen? And then even the exposure to the city was hidden in page 14, 2 or 3 years later, in a report. And it didn't even explain the full exposure that we're experiencing today. Now, pragmatically, we all want this to be successful. We should be supporting the games to be a great, successful celebration for Toronto. Because if they fail, we fail. But we need to do better. We need to provide accountability revenue plan to make sure that while the private sector is going to try to reap the rewards of these games, and as I mentioned at Executive Committee, I expect that even kids are going to open up lemonade stands. I mean, it's going to be an event, right? Why should we not be doing the same and looking for every opportunity to maximize the potential of this moment? The real test for all of us will be, will the games leave us better than they found us? Will the games leave us better than they found us? Now, some will say that these kind of tournaments never do. They never leave cities better than they found them. But what if we use this moment, as arbitrary as the deadline might be, to achieve some city building goals, to support our youth, to support our most vulnerable, to do things that we want to do, and now we have a focused goal of getting them done by then? What if we work in partnership with the province and the federal government when they make their announcement to make sure that as revenue comes in, that it's shared, that it contributes to the people of Toronto who are residents of Ontario and are Canadians? What if we celebrate our communities, the diversity of our communities, cheering for teams that many people in this city grew up with back at home before they moved here and have raised their kids wearing those jerseys?
10 seconds.
I want the World Cup to be a success in Toronto, but I want this agreement to be better, and I know that through the transparency that the mayor is providing and the work that our colleagues are going to be doing, we can do better and provide the accountability that's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're recessed to 2 o'clock. If I can have members of council to please come to the council chambers. Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Gladys Elizabeth Danford. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize Fiona Murray on the occasion of her retirement as Deputy City Clerk of Toronto Election City Clerk's Office. I would like to call upon City Clerk John Alvidge to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of Council, you know, there are a lot of transactions that go on and special events that go on in City Hall almost every day, but I can think of none that is more important than the one that brings you to this chamber. How's that for a start? When we have fair, open, and accessible elections in the city, not only does it bring you here, but it gives you the confidence that you have the confidence of the people in your wards to come here and govern effectively. So it is my pleasure to celebrate and acknowledge Fiona Murray today for her leadership in our Toronto elections team. You know, Fiona has been with Metro in the city for 31 years, but she's only been in Clerk since 2017. But what a ride. Let me just say that. May I remind you of 2018. I think it was on or about nomination day when the day before nomination, when the provincial government reduced the number of wards from what was going to be 47 to 25. And that was quite a remarkable time because Fiona and her team, for a period of time, actually ran 2 elections in parallel. So while the debate was going on here, the debate was going on in the Legislative Assembly, and the debate going on in the community, we of course had to be ready to go either way. So for a brief period of time, we're the first place we know that's ever had to run simultaneously and plan for a 47-person race and a 26-person race. A first. Let's go forward to the pandemic. In January of 2021, it's a blur, 2021, we had to conduct a by-election in Scarborough Agincourt, the by-election which brought Councillor Mantis to the chamber. And lo and behold, that's the first time we've ever organized a by-election during a stay-at-home order. So Fiona, again, and her team had to rise to the occasion. We had to balance the public health objectives of a stay-at-home order with the need to have representation for the people of Scarborough Agincourt. And then lastly, let me mention, only a year ago, our mayor resigned and we had to organize a by-election. First citywide by-election, we think in Toronto ever, I think. First citywide by-election, certainly the largest by-election ever held in the country, almost 2 million voters. And again, Fiona, under her leadership with a really spectacular team that's here today, rose to the occasion. We normally take 2 years to plan a general election citywide, and we did it in 4 months. So, so many of you lived through those events, you'll remember them, but I just want to highlight a couple of other things that Fiona accomplished before she came to the city clerk's office when she was in the city manager's office. Fiona's fingerprints are on a bunch of things. I'm going to list them all off here. Really providing governance, expertise, and leadership on the projects that created the Toronto Investment Board, Create TO, TO Live, Toronto Local Appeal Body, all done on her watch. She set out the current accountability framework we have for our accountability officers, which is contained in Chapter 3 of the Toronto Municipal Code. That was her work. She steered and led the development of the Toronto Public Service Bylaw, the first bylaw of its kind anywhere in the country of a municipal bylaw that governs how members of the public service conduct themselves and the expectations. Do you want me to mention the core service review? You really want me to mention that, do you? Fiona was the lead in the city manager's office on the core service review, but also other studies like the review of fire and EMS, review of shared services. She was also responsible for the leadership of our first 5-year review of the City of Toronto Act, which resulted in some increased flexibility and tools for us as a government. Fiona, you have left an indelible mark on the city, for which we are all grateful, and I wish you all the very, very best in retirement. And I will now ask Mayor Chow to come forward. And Fiona, I think you should come forward too.
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Clerk, you just took my entire speaking notes and just said it all. I was like, wow. So, Fiona started with, I'm pleased to be here and congratulate you for well-deserved retirement. And I think your family members are here, right? Okay, hi, how are you? You started in 1993. Other than the 18 months break to teach English in Japan from 1995 to 1997, she's been working at the city since. 8 years in shelter, housing and support, 8 years at city manager's office, since 2017 at the city clerk's office. You sure don't want to stay another year or so, make it 8 and 8 and 8. You know, 8 is a very good number, especially in the Asian community. Yes, it's about yeah. We've been keeping Fiona very busy since 1993. Yes, serving all the city service agencies, investment board, you gave the list. The core service review, governance framework, realizing efficiencies. Fiona helped with 2 mayoral transitions for 2 of my predecessors, 2010. Remember 2010? Yeah. 2014. And that's a lot of work in the transition. And yeah, so since 2017, coordinated 2 general municipal elections, 5 by-elections. First mail-in ballot in that by-election in Scarborough Agincourt in 2020, yes. And then that's the one that's closest to my heart is that by-election. Biggest by-election in Canadian history. And in just 4 months. Wow, that's incredible. Can you imagine how organized and the work plan, how incredible it is? And it's also about having loyalty of people around you, because everyone has to pull out all the stops in such a short time, right? And if you don't have people that are really loyal and believe in you and believe you as a leader, you wouldn't be able to get it done. It was, trust me, because I was involved in it, it was very smooth. Well, it had the right results too, but anyway, never mind. So there was 102 candidates, including a dog, remember? Over 700,000 votes cast. That's an incredible feat, right? And yeah, thank you. On behalf of the city, congratulations on your retirement, well deserved. And I hope you don't go far, because we have a lot of things we need to organize. We need to put in place. We have a FIFA World Cup coming on. I digress. I want to invite you, Fiona, to accept this commemorative scroll as a token of city's appreciation for your accomplishment and for your contribution. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayor Chow and John, for your kind words and recognition. Good afternoon, Mayor Chow, members of council, city staff, and members of the public. I moved to Toronto in 1993 from Ottawa to pursue a graduate degree, much to the chagrin of my friends who were trying to convince me that I shouldn't move here, that people were snotty and it was not a friendly city. But I actually fell in love with Toronto. Its diversity, vitality, and the absolute soul of this great city of ours. 30 years later, I still call it home, and I hold Toronto very dear to my heart. I am very grateful for living in such a world-class city and having the privilege of also working for its local government. I've worked in 3 different divisions during my career. I worked under 2 general managers during shelter support and housing, John Yott and Phil Brown, under 4 city managers during my time at strategic and corporate policy, Shirley Hoy, Joe Penichetti, Peter Wallace, and acting city manager John Livy, and under 2 clerks during my time at Toronto elections, Yuli Watkis, and of course our illustrious current clerk, John Elvidge. Thanks to all of them for their leadership and guidance, and they really did shape my career as a public servant. I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to the countless colleagues and elected officials I've had the privilege of working with for over 30 years, and I feel so grateful that the last 7 years of my career I was able to spend at Toronto elections. Having the opportunity to engage at the democratic level, at an election level, has been such a privilege, an absolute honor for me, and an incredibly rewarding experience. I would like to also extend my deepest thanks and admiration to my team. My management team is here today. Many of my team are watching online from Northline, our other location. They are a remarkable, committed, and hardworking group of election professionals that I've had the privilege of learning from through 2 general elections and 5 by-elections. And I'd like to thank John, our clerk, for his leadership, his personal support to me, and setting such a remarkable example of being a public servant. It's been such a pleasure, John, to work with you for over 20 years on so many files. Finally, I would like to acknowledge 3 city staff, Nancy Otten, Linda Taschereau, and Peter Notaro.
that had a profound influence in my professional life as mentors, colleagues, and ultimately as friends. They exemplified and lived public service values in everything that they did. And although they've passed on, their legacy and work continues to influence and shape our great city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, you would like to say a few comments at this time?
Yes, Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. So many of us may know that this is March is National Engineering Month. So today I have the pleasure of acknowledging this month, March, as National Engineering Month in Canada, a time to recognize and appreciate the passion and commitment of engineers and the vital role engineering plays in our daily lives and the growth of our city. This year, the theme of National Engineering Month is There's a Place for You in Engineering, which celebrates the diversity of thought, opportunities, and people that make up the engineering profession. In this spirit, I am particularly proud to highlight a remarkable initiative undertaken by the Engineering and Construction Services Division in partnership with the city's Women in Construction Network. Yesterday, March 19th, together they orchestrated an inspiring event at Green Home Junior Middle School, which is located in the heart of my ward, Etobicoke North, Ward 1. This initiative was more than just an event. It was a bridge to the future of engineering and technical professions for our young minds. Engaging students from grades 5 through grades 8, the event offered hands-on interactive experiences designed to make learning about careers in engineering both enjoyable and memorable. With over 100 enthusiastic students participating and the support of more than 20 dedicated volunteers, the energy and excitement in the air was evident. It was a testament to the power of community and the spark of curiosity in our youth. So I wish to extend a heartfelt thank you to all the volunteers, including the members of the Engineering and Construction Services Division staff, the Women in Construction Network, and the staff at Green Home Junior Middle School. Your commitment, enthusiasm, and hard work made this event not just possible, but a resounding success. It was an unforgettable day for the students, the teachers, and everybody that was involved. This event is a shining example of how we as a city can come together to inspire the next generation. It underscores the importance of engineering and technical professions in shaping our future and highlights our commitment to inclusive and hands-on education. As we celebrate National Engineering Month, let us continue to support initiatives that ignite the imaginations of our youth, fostering a passion for innovation and problem solving that will lead us to a brighter future. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to just acknowledge that we have Kathy Crow here with us today with her students from TMU with politics and public admin and sociology. We all know Kathy Crow as the street nurse in Toronto, and she's done a lot of great work over the last 30 to 40 years in our city, helping those the most marginalized in our community. So just want to acknowledge her and her students here today, and welcome to City Hall. Yes.
Thank you. Members, before the recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just waiting for it to come up on screen. So there's an opportunity I'd like to put forward a motion related to advancing justice centers in Toronto and accepting some funds from, I believe it's the federal government, to support that work.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you so much, Speaker. There it is right there. Reopening and amending 2023 X 4.9 Metrolinx Ontario Line, temporary lane closures on the Don Valley Parkway and FG Gardner Expressway, temporary delegation of authority. Staff have asked for this. They've got to continue their work on the Ontario line. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Bravo.
Councillor Bravo. No, I don't have anything. What is it?
Councillor Bravo?
Oh, yes, thank you. I'd like to move that this be added to the agenda, and the reason for urgency for this is the release of funds for Neighborhood Land Trust to build affordable housing.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Members, I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. If anybody has any releases, Councillor Sachs.
That's not exactly a release, but turns out I need to reopen TE 11.24. There was a motion that I missed.
Can we put the motion on the screen?
Yes, please. Thank you. This is about, this is worked out with staff, the Toronto Parking Authority and Transportation, about putting parking meters in places where they're going to have to be torn out shortly for bike lanes.
Okay, there it is. Okay, there's
This is to reopen it.
Councillor Sachs is asking for reopening of T 11.24. On favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Sachs, you have a motion. Can you introduce it?
Yes. Right, so this is for TE 11.24. So we had a matter at committee where the Toronto Parking Authority brought a motion to put in parking meters without having checked with transportation.
No, not quite.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll hold the item down.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, quick release.
It's actually withdrawing a motion. I'd like to withdraw members' motion 16.20. It needs a complete rewrite, so I'd rather just withdraw it and bring it at another time.
MM 6.2.
Supporting the Government of Canada's proposed Online Harms Act.
Did you say MM 16 point?
Point 20.
Oh, 20. Okay, sorry.
I'd just like to withdraw that.
Okay, just one sec. Okay, Councillor Pasternak is withdrawing motion, members' motion MM 16.20. On favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for quick releases. Councillor Moyes?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to release CC 16.19. It's regarding 175 to 185 King Street East, a zoning bylaw amendment. I'd like to release it and move the amendment as well.
Okay, hold on. $16.19, 175, 185 King Street. So you'd like to release it?
Yes, and move the amendment.
Okay, it's on the screen.
From staff.
The amendment's on the screen from...
There's actually two.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the amendment's on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Carried. On the item, on favor.
There's a second one as well.
Just next.
There we go.
There's the second one. There's the amendment. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Any further releases? Councillor Perks.
I would like to release PH 10.12, technical corrections to the multi-tenant housing zoning bylaw. For members, this is literally just cleaning up the form of the bylaw so that it matches our other existing bylaws. It makes no substantial changes. Oh, I'll continue to hold it then.
Okay, it's here without a recommendation.
Oh, sorry, I was going to move the staff recs, but I'm holding it anyway because Councillor Fletcher.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, Councillor Morley, you had a quick release?
PH 9.12 is a notice of intention.
What is it? Just hold on. PH?
9.12.
Planning and housing?
It's the deferred item that I held. 78, 80, and
Oh,
86
so
Memorial Avenue.
it's, okay, hold on, it's a deferred item. Yeah, okay, it's a deferred item, that's fine. PH 9.12, 78, 80, and 86 Mimico, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
There's a staff recommendation notice to designate the property, and I would like to release it. I'm voting against the staff recommendations. This property in my ward, it's quite small. There are not a ton of significant heritage impacts, as we understand from our meetings with staff, but it is holding up the redevelopment of this property, which unfortunately has been a safety issue, and there's been some things going on there that we'd like to support the owners to move forward with making it safe and appropriate for the community. So I would like a recorded vote. I will be voting against the staff recommendations, and I'm happy to release it.
Okay, PH 9.12, Councillor Morley is releasing, is asking for recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Crescenti, please. Councillor Cole, are you able to vote using the system, please? Council, I'm going to call a number of members to announce their vote verbally, please. Councillor Cole, how do you vote? In the negative. Thank you. Councillor Crescenti, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? In the negative. Thank you. Councillor Peruzzi, you've already voted. Councillor Peruzzi in the negative. Thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 15-10.
Okay, members, before the recess, Council was debating the mayor's first key matter, item EX 12.2. We will return to that debate, and we're on the speakers list. So
Just stand by, members, while we restore the list.
I have the list on my screen. No, it's not. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. First, I have a motion. I believe Clerk's has it.
Put the screen on, the motion on the screen.
Okay, thank you. And as the clerks are putting the motion up on the screen, I do want to thank the City Manager's Office for the conversations about this motion, and thanks to the advocates for their leadership on this issue of FIFA and community benefits. As we know, hosting the World Cup in 2026 is a big responsibility. That has been the substance of our questions and our debate on this topic, and it's a truly exciting opportunity to invite fans from across Canada and across the globe to celebrate how proud we are of our city of Toronto and with communities in every part of Toronto. As the chair of Exhibition Place and the local city councillor for where the World Cup Games will be held in Toronto, including our Canada opener, I know our downtown communities will be the beating heart of these games, and we are working hard to be ready to welcome the world to Ward 10. I'm committed to working hard with city staff, organizing bodies, and local citywide stakeholders to ensure our community benefits from this tournament are felt and visible before, during, and far into the future of these games, long after they've wrapped up their 39 days. We will work together to make the best of this, even with the constraints and the limitations of the agreements that have been passed on to us. That's what we have also heard today about our commitment as a city to making that possible. Our investments can have a triple win by investing in our communities and our city's infrastructure and creating opportunities for local and equity-deserving residents, workers, and businesses, and demonstrating our climate leadership. Overarching in our collective efforts must be our commitments, our unwavering commitments to human rights, decent work, and the protection of our rights and freedoms. Together, we must maximize the potential of this investment through legacy projects that include robust opportunities for the next generations of Alphonso Davieses and Christine Sinclairs to see themselves. Creating the best fan culture that supports our small and local businesses and all of our diverse communities. Contributing to neighborhood improvements, creating work opportunities for local and equity-seeking workers and neighborhoods, and showcasing our climate leadership as a city. A critical part of this work is ensuring we have a robust, comprehensive community benefits package, which my motion addresses alongside motions from Councillor Bravo and Councillor Candeval. We must build upon this legacy potential and ensure the benefits we create will have a lasting economic, social, and climate leadership effect that will continue far beyond the Games. Today's letter from Mayor Chow outlines a strategic path forward to ensuring the Games are a success. And I look forward to working with every single one of my council members to ensure Toronto thrives as we welcome the world in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, and through you, Speaker, I have a motion. As it's being displayed, I'll start describing it. It's a request for the City Manager and Executive Director of World Cup Hosting 2026 to report back with a status update at our July meeting on a few items that have been mentioned and committed to in previous during a previous council. Things like developing a supply chain diversity policy that creates new access for local businesses and employment opportunities for equity-deserving groups, opportunities to develop a legacy fund for recreational programs, the need to ensure that we're reaching some of our transform TO goals and rapid TO acceleration, and also opportunities for some of this work to be done by under collective agreements when possible. The second part of my motion has to do with assurances to the public, to workers, to organizations that we will be
ensuring that we're adhering to all labor and human rights laws here listed, working within the International Labor Organization's Decent Work Framework, and of course the Toronto Fair Wage Policy, that we are mindful of Toronto's designation and commitment to being a sanctuary city in times where undocumented people tend to be exploited in these situations, and also that we are adhering to the updated interdepartmental protocol on encampments, which is forthcoming soon. You heard from the city manager and the executive director that there is tremendous willingness and commitment to ensuring that we actually do these things that are listed here. And I want to thank both for working with me and for listening to community organizations who are champions of inclusive, equitable, economic, and social opportunities. Look, there are many questions about the World Cup deal, how it happened. There are many factors when negotiating an agreement like this that require secrecy, and it's important that we continue to ask those questions. I want to recognize the leadership of the mayor in her letter outlining how there will be new touch points for accountability, and I think that's crucial. But I also want to say that I love football. I actually got to watch a quarterfinal match in Brazil in 2014, scored a couple of tickets to see France and Germany in the Maracanã Stadium, one of the most important temples of this beautiful game, Jogo Bonito, as they say in Brazil. In 2006, I organized St. Clair Kick It Festival, where we had on St. Clair, with Contact Festival, photographic installations, we had all kinds of street events, cultural events, movie screenings about football. We also had probably the largest, I think, at the time confirmed, largest pickup game, all genders, intergenerational, 200 people playing pickup at Oakwood Collegiate. And then we also organized a free arts and culture and sports camp at Carleton Village School in an area that really needed programming, a 2-week free camp for kids under this banner. So I know in my heart what is possible when we animate around sports. Sports are fundamental to culture, they're a trigger and a catalyst, and we know how to do this in this city. So I'm pretty excited about these elements. I think we can do them well and we can do them right. You will see that St. Clair West and College Street as well and Davenport are like the heart and soul of what it means to be part of celebrating together, peacefully, joyfully. We find understanding across our different languages and cultures, and this is why I love this game. All you need is a ball, and like Pele said, the ball is round. It can go any way. I'm really excited about this part of it, and I'm going to be supporting the motions from Councillor Mallett, Councillor Candeville, Councillor Matlow, and I understand there's also a motion coming from Councillor Sachs. Let's use this opportunity to advance the commitments that we've already made to the people of Toronto around a whole range of issues: inclusion, environment, accessible transit, and do it in a way that we all come out stronger and better, because these can be these wonderful opportunities. So look forward for us working together and doing it as transparently and as joyfully as possible. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think amidst our assembly here, FIFA
Hold on. Do you have a motion?
Yes.
Okay, you need to present your motion before you speak.
Sorry.
Okay.
Staff can, I have two motions, A and B.
Okay.
Do I have to read them out, or?
Yeah.
Oh, in entirety?
What?
Or just speak to them?
Yeah. Okay, you have to read the motion. Just tell us what it is.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was planning to do. Okay, through you, Madam Speaker. For many of us, the start of FIFA is also the start of our election season. I know my first election in 2010, 14, 18, for many of us, there's that special connection. And the fascinating part, as Councillor Bravo said, with football or soccer is the accessibility of it. Growing up, we couldn't afford hockey, so many times it was soccer. And it's in that premise and principle, I seek council and city staff to make sure and ensure that the benefits of FIFA is accessible to all parts of our communities, all regions of our city, to ensure the social, cultural, economic benefits are shared with the entirety of our city. So my first motion speaks to staff to come back later this year to ensure that Torontonians, the vast majority, unable to afford the ticket prices, likely ticket prices, and but we have an obligation, duty to ensure the benefits of the game, the excitement and the joy is shared as well, just like the game of soccer is accessible to all. My second motion speaks to the heart and of the conversations we saw before the break in regard to decision-making, particularly on significant financial decisions and the process and the flow of information to City Council and the tax-paying public. So our second motion is asking our staff, City Manager, and I appreciate the support they've provided with the language, is to come back later this year on lessons learned. This exercise before us, and I applaud the Mayor for the work that's come forth today in setting up accountability structures and touch points for us as councillors and the public to be aware of the decision-making process for the next 2 years. But this report is not to look punitively in the past, but to look at lessons learned that will enrich the next 2 years, but also for the future. The reality is we are growing. We've hosted the Pan Am. We will be hosting FIFA. There will be opportunities, sporting, Olympics, that our city would like to aspire to in the future. We need to ensure the lessons learned over the last 5 years are not lost for posterity and for future iterations of our council. So I'm looking forward for that report to come back later this year so we can share with the public that this term, this council ensured clarity, transparency, and accountability of the taxpayers and of the public is centered in the work we do leading up to FIFA World Cup 2026 and for the future. And I think that will be something future council terms will rely on to make decision-making clear and transparent. So I am looking forward to the work and council support to see this through and to ensure the principles that make soccer, football so beloved and accessible remain in ensuring all of our citizens can connect with this and have confidence that taxpayer dollars are being spent wisely and in an accessible format. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. I have a motion. I'll just wait for it to come up. So, City Council requests the City Manager and the Executive Director World Cup hosting 2026 in consultation with the Chief Financial Officer, Treasurer, Finance and Treasury Services and relevant city divisions, the TTC Board and TTC staff to develop a transit plan encompassing financing, event planning and coordination in transit operations. And City Council requests the City Manager to report back on any necessary agreements in future FIFA updates to City Council. So essentially my motion is simply asking or requesting that city staff begin the process of engaging the TTC board and TTC staff on the event planning for World Cup. We've seen in the news there's a lot of agreements over what will be done with TTC. We haven't yet had that discussion at the TTC itself, and staff are ready, willing, and able to be engaged. And we are looking forward to working with and supporting our city colleagues to make sure that FIFA 2026 in Toronto is a great success. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion that is related to some of the previous motions and arises out of my questions earlier. As members know, I think, the City Council directed staff in 2022 as part of the approval for going forward with FIFA that there be a report back to this body in the first quarter of 2023 on community benefits, and in particular as to how to reconcile and align the hosting of FIFA with Transform TO, and in particular to use it for an opportunity for improving transportation options. And we have had a number of specific comments, for example, from the Toronto Environmental Alliance, TTC Riders, and others, that we should ensure that the Rabbitio is implemented on Dundas Street, serving the exhibition place before FIFA opens. And I understand this has the support of the two councillors, Councillor Bravo and Deputy Mayor Malik. So this is asking for a report back, and it's asking for a report back quickly on Dufferin because the TTC needs lead time to make this kind of change happen. And we know that 2 years will go by very, very quickly. Councillor Myers, chair of the TTC, his motion is focused on transportation arrangements during the games, and that's important, but also building on all the comments about how we use these games to make the city better, so that we're not just left with a great big debt, but we've ended up with a city that works better. One of the real keys for that is going to be getting the Dufferin rapid bus line in, and it's much simpler than many of the other things. So we need a report back quickly as to what the action plan is, so that the city and the TTC can work together and be ready when 2026 bursts on the scene. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak? Councillor Pasternak, you're next to speak. Okay, go
Thank you,
ahead.
Madam Speaker. I will be brief. I just want to lend my support to our initiative to have FIFA in our great city. It's not cheap. If you're going to host a major international sporting event or an international exhibition or an Olympics, it is not cheap. And we know successful hosts of these events, and we know that there have been unsuccessful hosts. But at the same time, I think over the years we've missed opportunities. I think we missed opportunities for the Commonwealth Games, for an Olympics Games, for an exhibition, an international exhibition. It's important to remember that other cities in Canada, much smaller than us, less prosperous than us, have hosted these great events. Montreal, Calgary, and Vancouver have hosted Olympic Games. Edmonton have hosted Commonwealth Games. International exhibitions have been hosted by Vancouver and Montreal. And yet Toronto has done none of that. Now, it's true, we hosted the Pan Am Games, and I can tell you that changed the city. That was a remarkable event that occurred over weeks. I was fortunate enough to visit the Aquatic Center in Scarborough, and of course the field hockey facility right here at U of T. And that was really one of the great times in Toronto, to host the Pan Am Games, to have thousands of athletes here, to have hundreds of thousands of visitors, and it really changed the city in a positive way. On top of that, it's important to remember that the world is watching when we host these events, and that they see what kind of a city we have. This is earned media that money can't buy, and that's very important. At the same time, I think we have to be very cognitive of our current security situation, where there's instability in the city from a security safety point of view, that while this is 2 years away, we urge our various law enforcement agencies, including the RCMP, the OPP, and Toronto Police Services, to work on a plan that makes sense. Certainly a cautionary tale of this relationship occurred at the Art Gallery of Ontario, where the RCMP was the lead because we had a foreign leader in the city, and of course it turned into a fiasco. An event that could have been a shining light for the Italian community had to be canceled because the building was put in lockdown and the exits and entrances were all blocked. And there was a lack of coordination between the Art Gallery of Ontario, the RCMP, Police Services. Toronto Police Services did the best they could, but those were the lead organizations that should have made that event happen and should have made it safe. Now, I know there's a lot of talk about the contract, about negotiating, and whether we could have gotten a better deal, whether we gave up too much. I'll write you a letter of introduction to these international federations and the IOC or the leaders of the Pan Am Games or international exhibitions. These are hard-nosed negotiators, and if you want these events in your city, you have to play by the rules. They will negotiate for the best deal they can, and usually there's a number of cities in line that if we can't meet those conditions, they will just go to another city. So at the end of the day, I'm mostly concerned about the various aspects of this that we've delegated off to staff. I think they need an undertaking to report back to us on a periodic basis so there's not a big time lapse between now and the games themselves. I want to thank them for the hard work they've done, and I wish everybody a successful and prosperous tournament. I think it'll be a great shining moment for Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley. Name is there to speak.
No, sorry, ma'am. Madam Speaker, I don't have my name on.
It was here, I guess.
Might have
Okay.
been previously for the quick release.
Okay. Councillor Perks to speak.
Sorry, I was just learning a lot from one of my colleagues. Hello, Speaker. I have a motion on this item. If we could just... If we could just have the motion up. There it is, thank you. Council direct the city manager to report back to the executive committee in the second quarter of 2025 with a set of principles for bidding on large international events. Councillor Candevel started down this path saying, let's have a report on lessons learned. But more importantly than that, I think we as a council need to sit down, look through what the issues are that happen when we host these large international events, and establish a set of principles. If we do nothing but pay and have no revenue, we don't bid. If it means that human rights won't be protected, we don't bid. If it's not going to meet our transformed TO principles, we don't bid. And the problem we've got right now is the city staff bid on an item without knowing what it is council wants to do, and we wind up in these debates saying, you know what, we really shouldn't have let that horse out of the barn. And it's terrible trying to chase the horse, saying, you know, this would be better if we met our environmental goals. This would be better if we had a better revenue sharing agreement. This would be better if we understood what the policing and transit impacts would be on the City of Toronto. So my motion quite simply says is, let's set our bar. Set the bar so that international organizations who want to host an event here in the City of Toronto know up front what our bottom lines are. And also city staff know when people approach them about these things, they can hand them a document saying, these are the terms and conditions you're going to have to meet. If you can't meet them, shop your event somewhere else. If you can meet them, let's start a conversation. It's asserting the principles that the City of Toronto has for hosting events in writing so that we only host events when those conditions are met. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Carroll, you're next.
If my motion is ready.
Is Councillor Carroll's motion ready?
The people who are writing for me are not in this room, so I think that means it's not ready.
Okay. Councillor Cole? You're next to speak. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank staff, especially our general manager, of all the work they've done already on this. It is not an easy file, to say the least. They've got enough on their plate, I'm sure. And I want to thank the mayor for her extra effort in trying to get everybody on board to help make this a success. It hasn't been easy for the mayor since she was given this when she came to office. So after the fact, it's very hard to get this where you want it to be, but she certainly is spending a lot of time and capital on it, and we certainly need her there. And I want to thank the councillors who have agreed to step forward and try and help. You know, Councillor Thompson, Malik, Carol, ex-Councillor Sagnaki, Councillor McKelvey, and everybody else, Councillor Perouse. Everybody's trying to help out here, and that's the only way we'll get this thing right. The only thing I caution is that, I mean, I've just read all these motions, and the number of things that people want to rectify and make right in this city on the back of the World Cup is just astounding. I mean, if you think these 6 games are going to change the city and deal with everything from climate change policy to community benefits to human rights abuses, net zero climate strategy, it ain't going to happen, folks. But at least we can try, but don't think that this is going to be the end-all and be-all to solve all of Toronto's problems. But it is an investment in working towards solving those or towards improving it. It is a step in that direction. But please don't expect these games to be the grand elixir of everything that's wrong in this city and this country. Because that would come at a pretty big, huge cost, a lot more than the $380 million. And it's interesting that we have another $300 million item on the budget, on the agenda today. Nobody's even talking about it. There's another $300 million item. You won't hear a word about it. And it's the paving of the potholes on the Gardiner. $300 million to fill the potholes so that people could come into Toronto from Mississauga and Whitby and all those places. $300 million, as Councillor Thompson and I were talking about that. Well, why isn't anybody talking about the benefits of the $300 million pothole fund for the Gardiner? What does that do for Toronto's legacy issues? No, it just gets passed, no questions, another $300 million check. We're here, we're trying to ask that this be the, the grand solution to everything. But anyways, I think it's obvious that this city can host this. We're one of 17 cities doing it. I mean, if these other cities can do it in North America, there's no reason why Toronto can't do it, whether it's Mexico City, Atlanta, Seattle, Vancouver. We certainly have the capacity to do it. We have the incredible potential of our people from all over the world who will certainly rise to the occasion, and they will do it in many ways spontaneously. This is what happened in 1982. There was no government FIFA program in 1982. There wasn't council motions to do this great reception of the World Cup Azuri Championship in '82. It happened spontaneously. 1 million people came to St. Clair, and everybody celebrated, the stores, the restaurants, the families, the kids. They all did it. No council motions to help that happen. And there was hardly any problems. There wasn't an overabundance of security and programs and everything. It was just spontaneous. And the thing to remember is that Toronto isn't the only beneficiary here. This is going to be of great benefit not only to Toronto, but to the GTA. People from Mississauga, from York Region, Durham, they're all going to benefit by Toronto being the host. So that's why we need the province to support us and the feds to support us, because sure, Toronto's going to be carrying the load here, but we're carrying the load for this whole country. And so we need to be in all this together and get help from other levels of government to make this a financial viable project.
5 seconds.
And to make it a wonderful experience for the people of Toronto, Ontario, the GTA, Canada, and the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng? No. Councillor Cheng, you're next.
Okay, I have a motion.
You're not quite.
Oh,
Okay, so I just want to remind members of council to please have their motions ready. Councillor Perruzza, you're next. No, her motion is not ready. Okay. Councillor Perruzza to speak. Sure.
And give me my 4 seconds back.
Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You know what? You inspired me. You inspired me, and I'll tell you why. Do I like the fact that there's been some secrecy around this stuff and closely guarded and agreements and people have been digging them up and all this stuff that has been surfacing all over the place. And I haven't read that agreement, but I suspect that what FIFA is saying in that agreement more than anything else is, can you guys host the games? Can you get people to the game, right? Transit and all that other stuff. Yeah, and they want some VIP seats for when the Prime Minister comes and their friends, right? They want some suites revamped at the stadium and all of that. We can do all of that. We can. I drivel. I've listened to drivel here today. Bid, no bid, set a bar. We need a policy around bid. We host these games all the time. We host international matches now. Team Canada plays at the stadium all the time. Qualification matches. I watched them play in Calgary on freezing tundra. I said they should have been here. That game should have been here. It shouldn't have been out in Calgary. Should have been here in Toronto. We host 82 Blue Jay games, average attendance 35,000 people. Do we get people to that stadium? Yes, we do. Yeah, we get them there by car, by GO train, by subway, by bus, by all kinds of other stuff, Uber and everybody else. 82 baseball games, average attendance, 35,000 people right through, right? Hockey. The Maple Leafs, 40 games plus. Who else? Raptors, yes, Raptors. Do we sit here and add up how much all those games have cost us? In policing, security, and other things? No. We just do it. We allow it, they play. I have yet to hear one person here say, Maple Leafs don't have a deep run in the playoffs because it's going to cost us in policing and garbage and everything else along the way. Please stand up and say so. Say you don't want a Maple Leaf playoff game in town this year. Seriously? The Raptor Parade, they won the championship a few years ago. The Raptors won the championship. They had a parade. I remember. We shut down the streets. We shut down the streets. We policed it. Ooh, lots of security along the way. We barricaded Nathanville here, City Hall. I remember it. People couldn't get in. They were dying to get in, but couldn't get in. City came to a standstill. It was a party. And we paid. Where's the budget for that? Who knows the amount for that? You're all like sharp folks with the money. Oh, I don't know. Somebody paid. But we had a party and we had a parade. Speaker, we have this amazing opportunity. 6 games. We're going to host an additional 6 games beyond all the other games that we host, albeit at a different level. at an international level. The first game that Canada is going to play, somebody said that over 400 million people are going to see that game internationally, all over the world. Do we want garbage next to the stadium when people focus in on City of Toronto? No, we're going to clean it up. Of course we're going to clean it up. We have this wonderful, wonderful opportunity, right? We, as politicians, do not understand and recognize the power of a party, the power of a celebration. It's going to happen anyways, with or without the motions. People are going to honk their horns, wave their flags, take over streets all over Toronto, because that's what they've been doing since 1982, when we had that beautiful, impromptu, powerful, peaceful celebration on St. Clair, where over 1 million people came together, and it was bang, and soccer took off. I remember we started to build soccer fields all over the place because new kids were coming into the game and into the sport, and we have the opportunity to seize on that. There's a power to that.
Thank you, Councillor.
There's a power to that celebration. We should embrace it, and we should go for it.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Okay. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll take 5 minutes and 10 seconds as well. I have a motion that is now agreed upon. Staff support this motion and help to draft it. City Council direct the City Manager to provide to members of City Council a copy of the full FIFA World Cup 2026 hosting agreement, redacted for save and accept, redacted only for the security measures, on a confidential basis as an attachment to this item and in the minutes of this meeting. So it will be easy to find going forward. You'll remember this was the day. Madam Speaker, I asked the City Manager on a go-forward basis, from this day forward, is the goal to get to full transparency? Granted, we're you know, some things are still being negotiated, some things are still being arrived at. We want to have people feel very confident in us as we go seeking sponsorships and partnerships. And so, but the goal is to get to full transparency, and it starts with you having in your hands what the requester of the FOI has in his hands at this point in time. Madam Speaker, I would ask people to remember what happens when the World Cup is not in the City of Toronto. I too am inspired by Councillor Cole's comments. That crowd in 1982, I was in it. You know, that was my newlywed summer, and my husband and I and some others made our way to St. Clair, went all across the crowd in St. Clair, down Dufferin, and then back along College. So if you're looking at, you can look up the pictures of that day of pandemonium, and I'm somewhere in that crowd. So is Councillor Cole. But I ask us to remember what happens every 4 years. And it's interesting thing I found online. You ask how many businesses actually take part in this. This is on the website of a moving company, Madam Speaker. Great Canadian Van Lines put 5 great places to celebrate the World Cup in Toronto. If you are from Brazil, you want to make your way to the Brazil Star Bar. If you are from Italy, you want to make your way to College Street, and in particular Cafe Diplomatico. If you are from Ghana, you want to get to Jane and Wilson. If you are Greek, you want to get to the Danforth. Those are the organic things that happen whether we fret about it in this room or not. That's what Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Cole are talking about. World Cup's just going to happen to us anyway. So now that we're a host city, yes, we want to have success in the finances. We want to have success in terms of being able to have Torontonians enjoy it in every way possible, to be proud of it, and to be able to pay attention to the game and not worry about how much it's costing the city, because they know, because it's been that transparent up to the day the event starts. We all want that. And we're going to ensure that using the framework that the mayor has introduced today. The Champions Committee, former Councillor Soknacki and the Financial Accountability Subcommittee of Executive, all of these are things that will build a framework around this so that we can ensure that we will be proud of it. But think of this, this is on a moving company's website. Every business, they've been careful not to show a FIFA logo or anything like that. Just the fact that we celebrate the World Cup so well, even when it's not here, it's an uplift to businesses, particularly the small ones in this city, because the city kind of goes bananas when it's World Cup because so many cultures take part in it. And so imagine that, but because we're hosting, is elevated now to the power of 10. We all want, if there's a stage in Nathan Phillips Square, you all want to be dancing on it in pride with all the Torontonians that are standing in the square. And so today, we're really starting that 2-year process of beginning to ensure that we bring it out into the light of day and we all become proud of the fact that we are a host city. And what I want to make sure is that of all the host cities, this one is the best. That everyone looks back and says, wow, the city of Toronto did it right. We will be compared. Let's compare favorably. Let's be able to stand up in 2026 and say, we put on the best of the World Cup venues, and you could see it on every street corner. That's the mindset we need to get into, and it needs to start today. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that I'd like to call Spread the Love motion. Spread the love. So I'm asking City Council to direct the City Manager to ask FIFA to permit the city to host 4 fan fests, 1 in each district, instead of the 1 that is in the agreement. And the second part of the motion is to examine the feasibility of hosting 3 additional fan fests in addition to the 1 downtown. And the third one is just to explore how all budgeted events and programming can ensure that substantial experiences are provided outside the downtown core, which we know doesn't happen automatically. And so when Councillor Carroll says, we're going to be dancing at City Hall, well, my hope is we'll also be dancing at Etobicoke Civic Center, Scarborough Civic Center, and Mel Lastman Square. Let's dance across the city together. We know that this is an important moment for our city to come together, and we need to come together across our city. Toronto, as we all know, was reported to be the loneliest city in Canada. Well, maybe something like a great soccer party across the city is going to get people out of their comfort zone, get them out of their tiny condos that we're building across my community and come together for something celebratory. I have to admit, growing up, I didn't know how important FIFA was until I was with my friend and their country lost and her dad started weeping. And I then understood, wow, this is really deep into the DNA of people. So I think that we want to take advantage of this great moment in time, build a great stage across our city, and definitely we can do a great thing downtown where people will already naturally congregate. But as one of the councillors from the outer, inner, upper burbs, whatever you want to call it, I also want to see people gathering across our city. So I hope that I can get your support to spread the love across Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker Nunziata.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, there's a question for the mover. Sorry, who's that? Oh, Councillor Pasternak, thank you.
Councillor Chang, can we not agree that not everybody can go to the matches and can afford the matches, but want to be part of the excitement?
100%.
So if we can't bring the matches to the inner suburbs, doesn't it make sense to bring the excitement and the cultural showcase and the fan fest to the inner suburbs?
100%.
And your motion doesn't dismantle what's been agreed to. It merely asks that we do a more equitable showcase and fan fest delivery.
100%. We want to spread the love.
That's right. I like being at 100%. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I get the impression that you're assisting her in her motion, Councillor. Thank you very much. Now it will be Councillor Nunzi.
Councillor what?
Speaker Nunziata.
Oh, I thought you said Councillor Nunzi.
No, but that's a cute little name. I may call you that next.
That's what I thought I heard. Just briefly, I want to speak. First of all, you know, going through the pandemic, there were a lot of businesses that were suffering. They went through challenges. We got restaurants, we got hotels. And what we're forgetting is with FIFA in 2026, can you imagine what that would do to the businesses? Restaurants, hotels, all the jobs that will be created. You know, we can't forget that, what that would bring to the city of Toronto. And I agree with Councillor Cole. I mean, this shouldn't be the time where we have a wish list on what we want out of the event. I can tell you in the future, if we ever want to host an event, I'm sure people will want to come to Toronto after this. They go, what the hell? Well, why would I want to come to Toronto when they have all this debate and all these motions? They don't want us in the city. Why don't we go to Montreal? Why don't we go to Vancouver, right? It's easier. You know, we have to think of that. You know, I remember when we did the World Youth Day a few years ago, when we had thousands of people, pardon? 2014, was it? I don't remember, but it was at Exhibition Place, and it was at Downsview when the Pope came. And I know that there were thousands of people that came to Exhibition Place, and they had an event in Downsview Park, and it wasn't a problem. There was no debate. There wasn't a problem at all. Actually, it went quite smoothly. You know, and Councillor Fruitzer, you're right. We had the Raptors when they won. When they won, we closed off Yonge Street, and you know, we had all the streets were closed. Everybody celebrated. I don't think there was an issue there.
That wouldn't have met the minimum bid policy.
Well, so I mean, we have to think of that, and you know, with the hotels and the restaurants, not only downtown Toronto, but in the whole city. I think, you know, with the thousands of people coming into the city, that would help. You know, bring the businesses and, you know, get them to get back on track and get the revenue that they haven't had in the past few years because of the challenges they had to go through with the pandemic, and you know, a lot of them have closed business. They can't survive. And that's what we have to think about. And so I don't know, there's so many motions that are here today. I don't know if we're going to be able to change everything in the city of Toronto. I don't think we're going to be able to fill all the potholes or remove all the garbage on our streets. That's not what this event is for. And so thank you to city staff. Thank you to the mayor for bringing this forward. And, you know, we have to be positive. We bid on it, and now we have to work and work together and try to get the best, you know, make sure that, you know, it runs smoothly and that everybody benefits.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the leadership and the direction of Mayor Chow with respect to the FIFA 2026 bid. Speaker, we have the two real options, which is the pros and cons of the bid. The pros of the bids are economic boost, stimulating our local economy, increasing tourism, transportation, food, jobs, infrastructure development, of course, and we know what that's all about, transportation network and so on. Global exposure, which is extremely important, certainly putting our city on the map and extending the international spotlight for our city and increasing our visibility, as well as, attracting tourism. In addition to that, though, attracting business and creating opportunities for the future of the city. Of course, the cultural exchanges, which is extremely important, bringing people together, bringing the world to Toronto, fostering cultural exchanges and so on. We know that part of our city's credential to the world is that the world lives in our city. So in 2026, when all the people from around the world comes, we would have already have arrived with people from all of those diasporas from all around the world and so on. The other important part of the pros is the legacy development that will take place in terms of as a host city and the benefits associated with the projects and the variety of things that we're going to do, whether or not it's sports field improvement, parks improvement, public space and so on, and enacting the quality of life improvement, certainly for our residents. The cons. The big con is the high cost, of course, of hosting this event. It's a significant financial investment, not only in terms of the stadium construction that we're going to do. We heard that it's going to be temporary, but there's other infrastructure work to be done, security, marketing, and so on. The displacement and gentrification and so on. We've heard people talk about that, both in terms of the media. Comments have been made about that today here in this particular council chamber. Traffic congestion and so on. And of course, this is a large-scale event. It has its its constraint and stress points on the network and congestion in the city. Of course, security concern. Those are extremely important aspect with respect to large crowds and the global attraction of people coming to our city. It poses a major security concern for our host city. And of course, the impact of the environment and so on. And so we are left with, is this a good thing to do or is this not a good thing to do? I will submit to you all this is a good thing to do, but it has to be done with structure, it has to be done with coordination, and it has to be done with a plan based on the mandate. What do we have here that's been presented by the mayor? Is such a plan based on the mandate in terms of steering this event through to become a successful event for Torontonians, but not just Torontonians, but all of Canada. And I realize Canada is not the only, Toronto is not the only host city, Vancouver is that as well. But the mayor has set up a structure that is going to ensure that the financial aspect of consideration, which is top of mind for everyone, is going to be addressed, it's going to be monitored, and it's going to understand, and as part of the process, the constraint and what we have to do to control our costs. There's no doubt when we host an event of this nature, when it's not our own event, it is something, essentially you're buying the rights to hosting this event in our great city. All the benefits that is going to accrue and all the cons that are associated with it. It is something that we can balance the interest to ensure that we develop this effective plan. What we have in front of us today is the development of this effective plan that's going to be executed by leadership of the mayor and a variety of people that the mayor has tagged to lead teams of committees and so on. But here's the thing. It's everybody's game. Everyone has an opportunity to provide their input in its success. We can all be, I guess Monday morning quarterbacks and can comment about I told you so and told you so later on. The fact of the matter is that every one of us, when the game comes here, will be out with respect to our social media, taking photos, sending it out to our friends, and rejoicing in the fact that we, this great city, is going to be staging one of the world's largest sporting events next to the Olympics, right here in the great city of Toronto. We have a plan. Let's stick to it. Let's go for it. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen, we're ready to vote. Okay. Motion by Councillor Matlow. All in favor? Carried. Motion by Deputy Mayor Malik. All in favor? Carried. Motion by Councillor Bravo. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, are you able to vote using the system?
Yes, I am.
Right number. The motion carries. The vote is 19-5.
Next motion. By Councillor Candeval. All in favor? Carried. Motion 4B by Councillor Candeval. All in favor? Carried. Motion by Councillor Myers. On favor? Carried. Motion by Councillor Sachs. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Candeval. Councillor Mantis, please. And Councillor Thompson, please. Motion 6 carries. The vote is 21-4.
Next motion. By Councillor Perks. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis, please. Councillor Crisanti. Motion 7 carries. The vote is 20-5.
Next motion. Motion by Councillor Carroll. On favor? Carried. Is that it? One more. Motion by Councillor Chang. On favor?
I'd like a
Carried.
recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Councillor Pruitt, we'll make sure you're in the parade. You're at the front of the parade.
Motion 9 carries. The vote is 23-2.
Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Bradford, please. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, we'll now go to the mayor's second key item, which is EX 12.4, long-term financial plan update. Is this first thing tomorrow? Oh. I thought the IE one was first thing tomorrow. Oh. So I apologize to the Housing Secretariat. I told her that it was after this item. Sorry. Okay, then I guess Councillor Moyes, T 9.14, 98 and 100 Bond Street. We're at your item.
Madam Speaker, I think I mentioned to you earlier that I was holding that item till tomorrow.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher. Yes. Your item is next. T 9.30, 415 Broadview Avenue. Pardon?
Sorry. It's attached to CC 16.6, so that's when I'd like to deal with that, not now.
But you want to deal with CC 16.6?
No, I want to deal with this one when we deal with the new report, please, together.
Oh, you want more time?
Not now, later.
Okay, you
Thank
want more
you.
time?
Yes, I do. Thanks
Okay.
so much.
Okay, we're going through the agenda, so everyone be ready. EX 12.5, Councillor Crescenti. EX 12.5, high order transit projects. You held the item down.
I did, Madam Speaker, and I...
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Do we have questions to staff?
Okay.
Now, just members of council, we're going through the agenda now. So if there's any items, be prepared if you held the item down. So EX 12.5, Councillor Crescenti, you have questions to staff? Or does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, start with everybody else, please.
You have
Go
questions? Okay, Councillor Holiday, questions to staff.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm sorry.
Just one sec, Councillor Holiday. So everybody knows where we're at. We're at EX 12.5, high order transit projects. So Councillor Holiday, you have questions.
I do, and I'm sorry, we moved really fast here, so I don't have all the materials in front, so I'm going to go by memory. But I wanted to ask a little bit about the Line 2 extension in Etobicoke that is proposed to go from Kipling subway station to the Sherway area. When I read the documentation, I kind of took two things away from that. The first was that it was scored fairly low, and it was scored a little bit better when you made assumptions about the cost of building it as being closer and more comparable to other forms of transit, right? I guess it got cheaper. And the second was some of the scoring around city building and serving equity-deserving neighborhoods. And I wondered if staff could spend a moment and tell me a little bit about how they got to those. Because I have to admit, you know, we've approved a secondary plan in the Sherway district. There's a new hospital being built there. There's a whole bunch of routes that serve the 427 corridor, which is high in growth. And they all culminate in Kipling Station. So having a longer subway route, to me, would seem to serve a lot of those check boxes. I'm just perplexed at the score.
Through the Speaker, the approach that we took introduced equity in a new way in terms of our analysis, just to address that part of your question first, where we were looking at a number of different factors to understand how well the different lines would perform in providing different populations of people with improved access to opportunities, access to jobs, access to education, those sorts of things. So this is a newer area of analysis for us, and it's not based just on neighborhood improvement areas, but looking at the distribution of equity-seeking groups across the city. So that's that.
So if I may, before we continue, I mean,
Sure.
that's a great point, because many of the areas that it would be serving actually are not NIAs. But one may argue there's a lot of equity-deserving population. So what you told me, in fact, would make me think it would score even higher. So I'm just, again, I'm perplexed at the low scores.
So some of the reason, Councillor, for the low scores has to do in part with the cost and the complexities of construction. But this is meant to be an initial analysis to help us set up for the full sort of review of all the projects on the list, and to come with a revised priority list of transit expansion projects by the end of in 2025.
Okay.
The extension to Sherway has been on the books for some time, and you're right, there is a significant amount of development that has taken place and will be taking place in that part of the city. This is not saying, the report is not saying that we shouldn't invest in subways, or that some of those things may not be advisable, some of those projects may not be advisable in the future, but there are other kinds of investments that we could make to improve transit access for a broad range of Toronto residents that can happen with improvements to surface transit and BRT's other lower cost technologies.
So clearly, as a councillor serving Etobicoke Centre, this piece of infrastructure is of high value to the residents that I serve. How could it be demonstrated, all of the layers of diligence, both to myself and to those that are interested? You know, I think of the development clusters that have crossed the planning table that are in various stages of approval, but we've got massive development at Cloverdale Mall. We've got potential for lots of development in the Sherway area because of the secondary plan. How do I know that all of that potential growth has been captured in this?
So through the Speaker, we have been using the latest projections from city planning in terms of population and employment growth across the city.
Okay.
There are some significant pockets of growth across the city where transit has not kept up with the development, and where there are some areas that are underserved. I think that that's fair to say. across many different wards.
So if I may, to get my last question in, the 427 corridor is a really, really busy growth area in the city. Nobody can argue that, right? Thousands upon thousands of units being added. And currently, the buses that serve those corridors have to come all the way down to Dundas, essentially, and make a left turn and go in towards the city. By bringing the heavy transit closer to that, it makes things more tenable for those residents, including equity-deserving communities within that. How might I, as a councillor, ensure that some of those nuances get included into the process so that when you come back with a revised list, that I can feel comfortable that the score has fully captured it?
Councillor Holyday, that was
Thank
your
you.
last
Yes,
question.
it is.
Yeah. Through the Speaker, over the next year, we will engage with councillors and the community in various ways as we're working through further analysis on these. There is a strategic lens that will need to be put over top of all of this as well as we go through the next stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions.
Thank you, Speaker, through you. So the first question I would just like to ask is about the Eglinton East LRT. So there's a bit of confusion as to what the latest on Eglinton East LRT is, specifically with use to Conlands as a storage site for the LRT trains, because we've been told from people in Metrolinx that that site is not available. So I just would like some clarification on that, please.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, you're quite correct. There is discussions that are going on right now between ourselves and Metrolinx with regards to the use of the Conlan Yards site. As you're aware, Metrolinx is currently now doing a business case for the further expansion of the Shepherd East, what could be a subway or LRT. But it's one of the locations that they've identified for their maintenance storage facility is the Conlan Yards. So what we've been asking Metrolinx to do is to confirm back to us, which they have not done yet, is to see if there are opportunities to co-locate both the EELRT MSF, a maintenance storage facility, and the potential subway maintenance storage facility on the same site. Failing that, we have had discussions with MTO, Ministry of Transport, to secure a site on the south side of Shepherd Avenue that would accommodate our the EELRT maintenance storage facility.
Thank you. And is there any progress on the discussion of those talks about securing the site on the south side of Shepherd?
So yes, through the councillor to you, through the speaker to you, yes, we have had the discussion specifically with Ministry of Transport, and they have confirmed back to us in writing that they are maintaining the site to the south side of the Conlan Yard site, purposely for the use of the city should we need to use that site for our MSF location.
Thank you. And is there a significant cost difference for the city between the two sites?
Through the speaker to you, councillor, no. In fact, they are right opposite to each other. In fact, you're going to have two MSFs potentially located almost right across the street from each other.
Thank you. So just to confirm, it doesn't make a significant difference in planning ahead for the Eglinton East LRT, whether we are north of Shepherd or south of Shepherd for Conlan's Yard.
Through the speaker to you, councillor, no, not at this time. And we are still in the development stages of the design, and we will be reporting back to council later on this year with further information about the alignment as well as the location of the MSFs.
Thank you. Next set of questions. I was reading through the report and I didn't see the word Smart Track mentioned. So just wondering where that sort of figure lays in sort of like the transit prioritization for the city going forward, those stations that were already approved.
So through the speaker to you, councillor, this report was not looking at projects that have already been approved and are under development by council. And so that includes the Eglinton East. We did not assess the Eglinton East LRT or the Waterfront East LRT or Smart Track or any of those projects. This is about the other projects that have been identified in the map, in the official plan over the years through various transit initiatives to see what should be next, and does this map still make sense? Maybe there are some corridors missing, maybe there's some corridors that don't make sense, so that we can refresh the plan for going forward beyond this current slate of projects.
Thank you. Final question. So I know we do a lot of work on equity and equity analysis in terms of where we plan transit priorities. However, there are certain parts of the city, particularly Scarborough, north of Highway 401, which is actually poorer than a lot of the NIAs, but doesn't have the NIA designation. So I'm just wondering how we're accounting for transit prioritization in those communities that are poorer than the NIAs, but they don't actually have an NIA designation.
So the analysis that we did was not based on NIAs. It was based on population distributions according to income or what were some of the other categories? Visible minorities. There was the length of commute. There were issues related to age and other demographic characteristics. So that gives us a picture of the whole city and not just those specific neighborhoods. What we saw was that there are pockets of need or underserved populations across places like Northeast Scarborough and other parts of the city as well. So we hope to bring that more and more into our analysis.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The report speaks a little bit to employment density, and I'm wondering if the same ability was there to look at, because you need employment density to be part of the equation in places that you're going to prioritize. I'm wondering if the attempt to update was as current there, because we have just done the consideration, but we made some changes. So I'm wondering at what point this was done. Does it include the changes we made when we did that recent MCR consideration?
Through the Speaker, yes, this includes the updated employment and population data that was brought to Council as part of the comprehensive review.
Okay. I was going to ask about similar questions to my colleague Councillor Holliday, because I worry about whether or not the Shepherd subway expansion is receiving the priority it should, given the approvals there, and many of which are actually under construction, not just proposed and possible in the future. For instance, the mapping in the Concord Village in the former Canadian Tire lands looks like it's not at the density that's represented by the construction ongoing there. But even if it wasn't completely up to date, it still looks like a very dense place. So I'm wondering, is the resistance to moving it up in priority that I understand Metrolink still places it sort of at the end of the list, is the resistance some of these issues that you mentioned earlier, where the car house would go, those sorts of considerations that are ongoing for both the EELRT and a possible Shepherd subway expansion?
Through the Speaker, when you talk about resistance, are you talking about where did it appear in the assessment, or are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, no, Councillor, some of that has to do just with, in part with the technology, but also some of the other factors that we brought to bear in the analysis. However, we are fully engaged with Metrolinx through the Transit Expansion Division as they're doing the early planning related to the Shepherd extension, both to the west and to the east, and recognize that is identified as a provincial priority in some form.
So the motions that this council has already moved motions asking for that to receive greater priority than we saw. The initial move 2020 put it rock bottom of the list. And we asked that we advocate for a better priority given the amount of development already approved there. Those motions that have already been placed are enough to keep that conversation active?
Through the Speaker, I would suggest they are, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenzi.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So I'll make my comments when I speak after, but for the moment, the Finch West LRT, how long has that been on the books?
I think
Then when did the construction start and yeah, and so how long has it been?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, the construction on the Finch West LRT commenced in early 2018 and is expected to be completed mid to third quarter this year.
Okay, so I mean that's encouraging to hear, but we've had a number of delays. Can we have confidence in your latest update? Because I keep communicating to my constituents that the LRT will be up and running. Originally was the end of 23, then the beginning of 24, and the latest I heard, and I would agree with you, is now likely the end of 24. So what's your confidence level there, if I can ask?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I'm going to communicate the message that Metrolinx has provided to us because they are the group that's responsible for it. They will give us a 3-month warning prior to the commencement of operations for the Finch West LRT.
Okay.
So to answer your question,
yeah.
Do I have confidence? No. Do I know what the date is at this point in time? No, I do not.
Okay, and I share those sentiments. So when we're traveling westbound on the LRT, it currently terminates at Humber College. Is that correct? That's where it currently...
Through the Speaker to you, yes, it terminates at Humber College.
So, and I know we've had discussions about extending that, closing that gap and giving Etobicoke North finally a connection that can take them to other parts of the GTA, downtown to work, the airport, and so on. We've had those discussions, correct? And how are they progressing?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, yes, with my colleagues in city planning, we have been having those discussions and they are progressing.
Okay. Speaker, maybe I'll leave it at that because I have some other comments I'll just make when I speak. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have before me a file of motions passed by various councils over the last 14 years supporting the Shepherd West subway. I can't seem to find any report back from staff, even though almost all of them asked for a report back. Is it your feeling that this report before us is a response to all these motions?
Through the Speaker, this report acknowledges and recommends that we engage with Metrolinx in their work on the Shepherd subway extension, which is looking at both an eastern extension and a western extension, the one that you have frequently discussed at Council.
So you're aware that Metrolinx has already started public consultations on the Shepherd?
Yes, and city staff have been engaged in that since before the public consultations, yes.
Now, one of the big arguments against the Shepherd West extension and the Shepherd East was density. You are aware that Bombardier will be leaving in the coming days, freeing up 370 acres. Canada Lands is 170 acres. Of course, the City of Toronto is 55 acres, and there's another 65 in another parcel. So we're looking at closing in on 700 acres of developable land. Will that meet the density requirements that staff have been asking for the last 10 years?
Through the Speaker, I think the redevelopment of Downsview, and as the plans are shaping up, would certainly increase the case for that western extension. I mean, the details to be seen.
Doesn't it make sense to complete lines that are incomplete rather than starting new lines across our city?
Through the Speaker, I don't know that there's a straightforward answer to you on that one. It depends on where is the greatest demand and what would be the best means of meeting that. So perhaps it's an extension in some cases. In other cases, it may be a new line.
So I've got a motion here from May of 2013. I guess it's over 10 years old. Council adopting Council adopting the position of the Shepherd subway line as our number C priority, third priority. Does it still stand that high?
So the Shepherd subway, both the eastern and western extensions, are on the official plan map of planned higher order transit. Part of what we are looking to do following this report is to review in more detail each of those lines to see what sort of priority should be given to them. Should all of those lines remain on the map? Should some be added because of new developments in terms of growth in the city and demand for transit?
Now, within your report here, it sort of seems like an odd recommendation that City Council affirm the policy that making existing system in state of good repair is the first priority for investment in transportation. Now, are you saying that if we have any capital dollars, it won't go into building new lines, it'll be going into fixing rolling stock?
Through the speaker, there is we are restating an official plan policy about the importance of state of good repair, and certainly the TTC has a significant state of good repair backlog. The point that we're making is that state of good repair and maintaining the existing system is also important for addressing the growth that the City of Toronto is experiencing, but it's not the only thing that we are recommending.
But wasn't sort of a fixation with state of good repair what got us into this mess? Because there was sort of this gridlock. We weren't putting new capital dollars into system expansion. We kept pouring existing dollars into fixing up rolling stocks, tracks, what have you. And when you agree that if we continue to put all the capital dollars we have into state of good repair, our system will never expand, and that expansion is one of the best state of good repair strategies the city can have.
Through the speaker, the issue of state of good repair and expansion are not mutually exclusive. I think we need to consider what are the things that we need to make sure continue to work well and are maintained well. Where do we need to do capacity enhancements like the Young Bloor project that the TTC is doing? And where do we need to expand to meet the growth demands of this city? I don't think it's just one of those. We need to be thinking about all of them. And it's a big issue in terms of the dollars that transit requires.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Chang.
Oh, sorry. Hi, thank you. Through the speaker, can you guess what I'm going to ask about? Yes, my favorite fight that I will fight until the next provincial election, Cummer Station. So as we know, there's currently an RFP out that does not include Cummer Station, but unlike most of the projects on this list, the diggers are going to be there. So we know that tunneling machines are going to be there. And so in some ways, it is a low-hanging fruit in the sense that we don't need to convince anyone to bring the machinery there. So I'm just wondering, as I continue to lobby and organize, what opportunities are there to add Cummer Station to a prioritization list, since it does meet the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe for major transit station areas. So it does already meet some of the prescribed goals that we have for density, for need. It's a 2-kilometer stretch between the two stations that are there. So that is my question.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'm going to reaffirm that the province has confirmed back, not formally, but they have confirmed back to be that they will not be proceeding with Cummer Station. They've made it very clear that in order for Cummer Station to proceed, the city will need to fund the entire station. So they're not going to,
Right.
it doesn't matter whether the diggers
So
are there or not.
we know that in a few years there will be a change of government, potentially. We don't know for sure, but there's a potential change of government. Politics changes like the wind, and sometimes because of that, things like transit become politicized and things can change. So I'm not giving up. I'm definitely continuing to speak to my different counterparts, including our federal representative, who is also trying to garner investment from the federal government. So that's what I'm asking is, if I'm able to garner support in the next few years, can I reinsert Comer into our prioritization list? Is there a process for that?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, as you would be aware, anytime that you introduce a scope change in the midst of a contract, what you're effectively doing is creating a change order or a progress change. And in doing so, what you're going to experience is not just simply the cost of introducing that station, but also the premium that will be associated with it. At some point, that premium may become so difficult to
So I'm
handle.
not asking about how hard it might be. I'm just asking, let's say something miraculous happens and we get a transit miracle, and I get the investment that we're trying to achieve within the next few years. What are the processes that would allow me to put this on a prioritization list? So I'm not asking for how hard it is, how expensive it might it be. I'm just asking, how could I add it to our prioritization list, given that the diggers are already going to be there?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, my only suggestion in this case here is that the province will need to effectively issue an order to Metrolinx to require them to add Comer Station into the Yonge North subway extension. That is the only way that they will allow this station to be put into the system.
Right, so I'm not asking on their side, I'm just asking about our prioritization. Because we're putting together a prioritization list, and I'm saying, hey, if I'm able to get the winds of change to come, a transit miracle happens, everyone's willing to pitch in, how do I ensure that there's some prioritization here?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, and you know I'm with you on this.
Yes.
If there is a way to do this,
Yes.
we will work very closely with you, and we will advocate on your behalf with Metrolinx and the province to get the station put in. But again, I want to be cautious that we've run out of time, and the window to actually implement a change will be virtually gone within a few months.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, as you indicated before, we have all the motions in place that allow for rapid transit and subways on the Shepherd Corridor. What can we do as a city and to make sure that in the areas where we have now higher density, as from Victoria Park on Shepherd all the way to McCowan, that we have a subway that meets all requirements, that is functional, that we won't need to put any kind of infrastructure on the road itself because we don't have capacity.
So through the speaker, Councillor, all of those issues in terms of the development along the corridor are being considered in the process that Metrolinx has underway, and will be factored into decisions on what the technology is, how far are they extending it to the east and the west, and what does the project, what is the recommended project there? I'm not clear on your question related to servicing.
The question is that because there's been many concerns from residents, and they're many, I guess, views that have been out there right now that are saying between a full subway and LRT, can we make sure that even if it's an LRT system, that it is underground?
So through the speaker, as part of the Metrolinx process, they are examining what technology may be used for the extension of the Shepherd line. I point you to what is being planned for the Ontario line, which includes underground sections, at-grade sections, and elevated sections of subway. And so that may be something that is considered in this at this stage in the analysis. That is not saying what the final decision will be, but the discussions today, to date, and with the public have been about the range of options that are possible there.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. I just want to confirm that as a result of all of your work, in the top 3 highest priority long-term benefits to the city is a bus rapid transit on Dufferin to the Dufferin Gate, correct?
Through the speaker, that one, the Dufferin route did come up as one of the top 3, you're correct.
All right, and that's the very same route that we were talking about when we were talking about preparing for FIFA, correct?
That is correct, Councillor, and also it's part of the rapid TO report that priorities that were approved by Council back in January or February.
Right. So just to confirm, getting on with this bus rapid transit route would be of major benefit to the city and would significantly help us manage the FIFA events, correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Turn my mic on?
Yes, just one moment.
Sure.
There you go.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, I have a motion, Speaker. This is an amendment just to modify item 5B of the recommendations. And the modification is just to be a little more precise as to what is expected for the extension of the Finch LRT. So it reads like this, that a request to province through its agency Metrolinx to plan and advance the extension of the Finch West LRT from Humber College to the proposed Woodbine GO station with appropriate interim LRT stops, including a stop at Rexdale, and to propose a plan to be shared with the City of Toronto for a further connection to Pearson International Airport, and to respond formally to the City with the process to advance this project. So, Speaker, Etobicoke North has been without high-order transit forever. We don't have it currently. Residents of Etobicoke North are frustrated. It takes them, on average, an hour and a half to 2 hours to get to work and back. That, Madam Speaker, is not acceptable. We don't have a subway connection anywhere near Etobicoke North that you could get to comfortably to be able to travel with your family, to go to work or to go anywhere. We've had tremendous disappointments when it came to identifying when the Finch West LRT will be operating. So the Finch West LRT has been under construction since 2018, traveling eastbound from Kiel, eastbound over to Humber College, and terminates at Humber College. That, Madam Speaker, isn't what Etobicoke North residents deserve. They deserve a connection to a new GO station, which, by the way, the money's been identified by the Woodbine Entertainment Group to build a new GO station. And I've engaged with the province as well, and the province is on board with supporting the extension of the Finch West LRT extension down to the new GO station, with the appropriate stops to make sure that we include and are all inclusive of the communities in those areas. There's a lot of development going on in Etobicoke North, particularly around the Woodbine racetrack, Woodbine Entertainment Group, the casino, and the new housing opportunities that are going to be extensive on the Woodbine property, 700 acres of development. There's new potential development in the current Woodbine Mall that's, it's being looked at as well. So there's a lot of activity in that area. And Etobicoke North still doesn't have high order transit up and running. We're losing hope. Now we're told that the LRT is going to be operating at the end of 24. So that would have been 6 full years if, in fact, it's up and running by the end of this year. I'm not going to hold my breath, but I could tell you we're putting all the pressure on that we can. I want to thank staff for and applaud them for the excellent cooperation and work they've done on this file. And I ask that you support this this amendment, and the rest of it is fine. This is the only thing I'm looking at. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I do need clarification. Because I have no problem supporting a request of the province to look at something, but your motion is very specific. It names very specific stations that you want.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you could clarify for me, are these in your motion because they're part of a draft plan that's previously been shown by other orders of government, or are these just where you would like stations?
This isn't where I would like, this is where the community needs the stations to be. And if you know that area, Councillor, right now, the LRT...
I do, in fact. I was there this weekend for basketball.
Oh, great. So,
yeah.
So you know where Humber College is? Right now, it terminates there. And
yes.
There's, at Rexdale and Highway 27,
yeah.
There's a lot of new potential development, and we're going to need a stop there, and then at the GO station, which was the original plan
When
anyway.
you say we, you mean we as in your conversation with community, but it hasn't been EA'd or worked on by
No.
Metrolinx or our city staff or our provincial staff?
I wish it was. We're hoping, we've had discussions with the province. The province is on board to extend the LRT. We've had discussions about those 2 potential stops, but no, it hasn't been fine-tuned and the EA hasn't been started.
But you understand, just to be clear, I want to be clear in my questions, because we've had a track record of approving a request that has stations in them that make sense in the mind of a layperson's idea of where the station should be, and then we end up lumbered later with a station that turns out not to be the best place to put one. So the complexity of the motion actually makes me nervous to vote for it.
It's not really complex. I've had extensive discussions with staff. Councillor, I would like for you to vote for it.
But you understand that if it just said get to the airport and then came back with an EA of where the stations
It will
go?
show your support for residents of Etobicoke North if you did.
Okay, I'll speak to it in a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a brief motion, if I could ask to have that displayed. It asks in the subsequent report back to take a look at the extension of Line 2 to Sherway. And if you look, you'll know that staff are doing this, but there's a very specific piece in there, and it asks to consult with the 3 local councillors. And the reason I put that in there is because the Line 2 subway is orientated to the south, and it would not capture the community of Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre, even though many of the buses terminate there. So I would really like staff to talk to both myself, Councillor Morley, and Councillor Crisanti. I believe that we 3 could advocate for some of the future in Etobicoke and how important it is to be served by this transit, and then we can respond to our constituents to explain why it was scored in the position that it was. The motion itself is modeled after a very, very similar one that was placed by Councillor Grimes a couple of years ago in a member's motion to take a look at the planning. With that, all I would say is, there's many, many things going on around the city. I don't advocate for this particular item to be at the absolute top of the list, but I do want to make sure that much of the change that's happening in our community is fully captured in all of the analysis that goes into scoring the priority of these different transit projects. And I hope members of council will know that I'm just taking a fair approach to it and really, frankly, getting into the details. I hope my colleague councillors in Etobicoke would also see the value of advancing these type of projects and will participate in that process as well. With that, I would also raise the question, even though we didn't get into the questions, is just about some of the final connections to the airport, which are captured in this plan, but uniquely are not even within the boundaries of 416. So I'm glad to see they're in this overall listing. We'll see what the future holds for those, but I think we as a council should think just beyond the borders of the 416 and understanding our connectivity with the 905 region around us, because it truly is a regional system that connects people to their homes, to their employment, and to different opportunities inside the city and outside of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
I have a motion.
Do we have?
Can another speaker go ahead while
Do we have the motion by Councillor Pasternak? No? Oh, it just came in.
Can another speaker go while I confirm my motion?
There is no other speaker. Does anybody else want to talk?
Sure. How about a stand-up routine?
I do, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, go ahead. Can you put your name on the list, please?
I just did.
Okay. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Sure. I wasn't going to speak to this, Madam Speaker, but Councillor Pasternak does need some time. So I'll just clarify why I asked the questions I did, first of staff and then of Councillor Crisanti. We have already moved motions about the Shepherd subway expansion in the past. And what happens when we proceed to move a new motion on the same thing every year is each time we add another detail. We add in our own personal peccadillos to the motion, and before you know it, Metrolinx wonders what the heck are they playing at, and what is it they really want? And that's how we ended up taking what could have been a $1.8 billion line and turning it into an $8 billion subway that is now under construction 15 years later. And we're arguing about what to do with the remains of what could have been in that spot. And that's why I asked, do you feel that you still have the direction from council to continue to advocate that with the population that is filling in along Shepherd Avenue East, Councillor Mantas spoke to it as well from his home office, you have the direction you need to continue to advocate that we think that subway expansion is rather urgent, because it would create a miraculous loop all the way out Shepherd into Scarborough and down the Scarborough subway, such that you could get on line 1 at Yonge and Shepherd and find your way all the way to the end of Scarborough, and then end up morphing into line 2 and coming back into town. Something that would really be, for Scarborough students who go to multiple campuses, a miracle. That would be great. But they have the direction to do it. And those motions don't prescribe where the station should be, because that's for the professionals to figure out. They make exhaustive studies and they figure it out. That's how you avoid ending up lumbered with, you know, a smart track station that's in the wrong place or doesn't line up with what the province proposed, and then there's a scandal that erupts between two governments. You don't need that. You just want a good, professionally designed line. And so they have the direction. Without specificity, they can continue to advocate that Shepherd Avenue East is rather urgent, which is why I have a problem supporting Councillor Crisanti's motion. I want to get to the airport. I want an easy route to the airport. As far as I understand, one is planned in the extension to the Eglinton Crosstown, not the Finch West LRT, but the Crosstown. I don't know which one it is, but we all know, and the province agrees, we do want to have a rail link for the inner suburbs. It's great to have the Up Express, but the inner suburbs need a railway to the airport as well, because that's where the airport workers are. They're living in the inner suburbs and would love that transit rail connection to the airport, such as they have in Vancouver. When I see the actual workers on their way to the airport on my way to a flight in Vancouver, I always think, ooh, I want this. But what I don't want is to adopt a motion that says, and put the stations here, here, and here. Or in this case, I think it only mentions 2. I think that's where we end up making a mistake or ending up with a legacy that isn't meaningful 2 years down the road, and then they propose a line, and now we're having a fight because we've created an expectation in the community that it went into a motion, so that's where the station's going to go, period, end of. Because it's never end of until Metrolinx actually begins the project. And you don't want to be in the position of having got them thinking, here's where the station's going to be, here's where I'll make my investment in my home or whatever, and then it turns out not to be true. And you as an individual made it seem as if that was going to be where it happened. That's why I'm not going to be able to support Councillor Crisanti's motion, but I want to make clear, Madam Speaker, that it doesn't mean that I don't want us to create an inner suburb connection to the airport. No question about the fact that we need that, but I think it has to be a conversation between our Transit Expansion Office and Metrolinx as to how we get there and where the stations in between go.
Thank you. Councillor Colle.
Yeah, thank you. I was listening attentively to Councillor Carroll talking about the Shepherd line. I remember we were just talking about that. Speaker Nunziata, we were talking about the fact when we had started building the Eglinton subway at the time, and we had the ridership figures. We were very clear that the Eglinton West area was very transit dependent, and it was a great place to build high order transit going west along Eglinton, eventually to the airport. And then along came change in government. They said, no, subways are a thing of the past. It's a waste of money. Fill in the Eglinton line. They filled it in with concrete. Even though we told them to mothball it, they still came in with their concrete trucks for 3 weeks and filled it all in. And then they put the money into the Shepherd subway, where there was no ridership at all. Even today, I don't know who ever used Bessarion Station. But anyways, I didn't want to talk so much about Shepherd. But I support Councillor Crisanti's aspirational motion here. I mean, when I think of what he's putting forward and what Metrolinx puts forward, you know, I don't have much faith or trust in Metrolinx. Listen, after living with them for the last 20 years and their fiasco on Eglinton, I would think Councillor Crisanti has the right to put something forward, given their track record of building and not building or planning transit. And the other thing to keep in mind is that the very interesting thing that's happening is we're getting all these land assembly on all these station locations. It's a very apparent pattern throughout the city. Wherever there's a station planned by Metrolinx, the developers swoop in and buy and assemble everything in sight, jacking up land values and planning to build their density. And we know we need density near transit stations. that's a given. But you know, I was just talking to Councillor Matlow about this. The interesting thing that's happening on Eglinton, we're getting all these development applications at all these proposed Eglinton West transit stations on Dufferin, on Chaplain Crescent Avenue Road. And I'm beginning to say to the planning staff, I said, I don't believe that we should approve this because there is no transit there. Why should we give a nod to this application based on the fact it's within 500 meters of a transit station when there is no transit on Eglinton? There may never be, because they cannot, Metrolinx cannot figure out the problem on Eglinton to make it operate. They can't make the train run on Eglinton. They don't know how. They've been delayed now for 5 years with no explanation of what the delay is, and we're supposed to trust them that they're going to have a train run on Eglinton? I no longer believe them. So you believe them. I don't, because I've been waiting longer than you for them to fix the problem to make the train run. And they keep making excuses. Now they don't even give a date. They have press conferences and they say, oh yes, we're announcing that we don't know what the problem is. And then they have another announcement 3 months later. Oh, we're announcing we don't know what the problem is. So I'm saying, why are we as a planning department in the city giving approval to that transit, development on that transit station when there is no train, there's no transit? Yet we're giving them this high order, pretending there's a train there when there isn't. There never may be. So that's why I even got an item on the agenda today at council. I'm going to vote against it because there ain't no train there. There's no transit station. It's a ghost line that will never, may never exist. So we talk about the credibility of Metrolinx and Councillor Crisanti's motion. God, I put my money on Crisanti any time than Metrolinx or Phil Vorster, and he gets paid peanuts compared to Vorster's multi-millions. So I'm with Crisanti, not Vorster.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. Oh, no, you have 10 seconds.
Again, I'm with Crisanti and his motion. I'm with you, not with Vorster and his ghost lines.
Okay. Councillor Coe, if you like, we can make a bet.
I won the last 5 years, you owe me.
Okay. No, I don't owe you.
5 years of waiting.
Councillor Pasternak, are we ready with Councillor Pasternak's motion? Yes, I am. Yeah, okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My motion is the City Council restate its support for the Shepherd Avenue West and Shepherd Avenue East subway line and urge Metrolinx to continue its study, consultation, and review of this vital subway line. Back in 1985, the report Network 11 came out with its recommendations, and it recommended including a Shepherd Avenue subway linking Scarborough City Centre with the Spadina subway line. In November 26, 2015, Council adopted the following motion, where we asked the City Manager and the Chief Executive Officer, Toronto Transit Commission, to advise City Council on the availability of subway environmental assessment studies for the North York Relief Line, which of course is the Shepherd Subway West, which would run between Downsview Station and Yonge and Shepherd Station. In March of 2016, Council adopted the motion where we said we had asked staff to report back on a cost range and funding options for an environmental assessment for the Downsview Station and the Shepherd Yonge line connection as outlined in an attachment. In February of 2016, I received correspondence from then CEO of the TTC, Andy Byford, in which he states that the preliminary analysis places the westerly extension of the Shepherd subway to Downsview among the bottom 25% of projects included in the analysis. The city is in the process of refining a validation framework and is incorporating the province's regional express rail initiative. Of course, this was based on density, which is now on its way. In July of 2016, Council adopted a motion that asked for staff to review and consider the construction of a subway link between Downsview Station and Yonge and Sheppard intersection. On May the 24th, 2017, Council adopted the motion for the Chief Planner and the Executive Director of City Planning to prepare a cost-benefit analysis between the downtown relief line and the Sheppard subway extension to Scarborough and the North York relief line between Yonge and Sheppard and Downsview Station. In June of 2022, get it done, a motion complete the Scarborough subway network by Councillor Lai and Councillor Mantis. We had asked city staff, the Executive Director, Transit Expansion, the Chief Planner, to request that the Province of Ontario Metrolinx provide the approach and timing to advance the planning for the Line 4 extension from Don Mills Station to the new McCowan Sheppard Station on the Scarborough subway expansion. And of course, more recently, Metrolinx has begun consultations on the Sheppard subway line, both east and west, and was heavily attended when it was at the North York Central Library. At one time, the fight for the Sheppard subway was headline news. In October of 2012, the headline was Councillor Pasternak's lonely fight for a North York subway. A short time after, the headline was Councillor rallies support for a double-edged subway relief plan. Shortly after that, the headline was North York relief line top priority. After that, it was Sheppard subway expansion hits a bump. And of course, shortly after that, the headline was North York subway receives endorsement. Folks, we have been at this for many, many years. You don't partially build a subway line and then complain that it doesn't have the ridership, and that's exactly what happened along Sheppard. It is time to complete the incompleted lines rather than start new lines. Sheppard has a long history. This council and previous councils have endorsed motion after motion to support this line, to do studies on this line, to work with Metrolinx, to work with the other levels of government, and to build this line, because it's a vital link across North York and the inner suburbs, linking Scarborough with North York, and of course, the Sheppard West Station, in which you can go up to Vaughan and York University, of course, downtown. It is the broken link in our system. When you look at our small subway line and you see this link, this incompleted link, you point to it and you say, why isn't this done? Well, today we're asking Metrolinx once again for the umpteenth time to get it done.
Thank you.
Finish the subway.
Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. So I would just like to speak in terms of my position as TTC Chair, just to address the motion put forward by Councillor Crisanti. I first want to commend Councillor Crisanti for his advocacy for the residents of Etobicoke North. It is a transit desert. It is transit-starved. We share a lot of that pain in Scarborough, so I know exactly where you're coming from. And it really is unfair. But I just want us to be very, very cautious that we have a long history in this council chamber of, deciding transit planning on the floor, on the fly, and it leading to very, very unfortunate and very expensive consequences, not just in terms of taxpayers who have to foot these bills, but also for the amount of time people end up wasting waiting for buses based on transit plans that could have been or would have been. The story of Toronto's transit planning is shoulda, coulda, woulda. And we don't want that to be anymore. We want to have a strong system of transit planning based from transit planners, but also with significant input from community members, from councillors, from all relevant stakeholders to make sure that when we go forward with these plans, it's a solid, data-driven, evidence-backed plan. And I think that's when as we now realize just how important transit is to our city's future, we really want to get away from that tradition of sort of deciding or looking at potential stops based on, we might know in our hearts that's where a transit stop belongs or this area needs rapid transit, but we really want to leave these decisions to the experts so that we get into the habit of really good, solid transit planning. So yes, so for all those reasons, I hope we do not support Councillor Crisanti's motion, but I do hope that we all support Councillor Crisanti's push for high order transit for his residents because they deserve it. Thank you.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. My remarks are going to be quite similar to those that Councillor Myers just made, but I'm not the chair of the TTC. I'm the chair of our Planning and Housing Committee. And just as it's entirely appropriate for the chair of the TTC to stand up and say, why don't we, as a council, set some parameters about what we think we need to do as a city, and then ask the staff, given that there's this much money, what can we do? It's a logical and thoughtful way to do it. And the different skills and authorities are properly aligned. We set the idea for what kind of a city we want to have, one where we have a lot more people taking transit for climate reasons and for road safety reasons and so on. And then we say, within our budget, and within the budget of the provincial government that they've made us aware of, what can we get? What's the most cost-effective thing to do? Same thing for planning. We have an official plan, and believe it or not, the official plan actually marks out right now where we want higher order transit. It marks out how we want to establish a system where everybody's within walking distance of a transit stop. We give staff these directions because of the vision we have for the City of Toronto. And then we come into this council chamber and scrap it and erase it and undermine it and destroy the possibility of delivering it by saying, my transit line first. People get very frustrated with the City of Toronto because we can't deliver transit, and it's not because city councillors are too shy to push for transit. It's because every time we get a good transit plan, we as a council go out and destroy it. And the consequences can be seen in the lives Torontonians live. Right now, we're in a bit of a transit crisis in Scarborough because the RT has come to the end of its life. The irony here, the profound irony here is, the only reason the RT was ever built is because a bunch of politicians took a Scarborough-wide transit plan, the Scarborough LRT plan of 1970, and threw it out and said, I've got a better idea. Why don't we build elevated transit? No transit planning body ever recommended it. It was a political thing done to benefit a particular company. SNC-Lavalin. Thank you. My comrade in being old and angry about transit. So literally, the reason that Scarborough has bad transit is because politicians refuse to recognize what their role is, which is to say to staff, bring us a plan that achieves X. If we simply were grown up enough to do that, and to say to the TTC, you have expertise in delivering service, what works? And to say to our transportation planning staff, you have expertise in figuring out how to manage the conversation to figure out what mode is right in what corridor, and how we can allocate scarce resources to get the best outcomes in the shortest amount of time. And for that reason, as much as I love you all, you guys who are moving build a subway in my ward motions, you know, listen, buy a copy of SimCity. It's a really fun game. But for now, I have to urge all of you, don't support motions that say, move my pet project to the top of the list, or ask the province to fund my thing first. My is not the way to build transit. Ours is the way to build transit, and ours should be supporting the ideas in the climate plan, which say, go buy a whole lot of buses real fast. Supporting the ideas in the official plan, which lay out where the important corridors are, and working together to say, we need a citywide system that's built thoughtfully rather than 25 of us each arguing for our own plan. Thank you.
Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, motions on the screen. Let's ring the bell. Is Councillor Crisanti around? Okay, motion by Councillor Crisanti, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, your vote, please.
Peruzza, yes.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Councillor Peruzza, how do you vote, please?
Yes.
Where is Councillor Peruzza? Oh, he was here a minute ago. Did he leave?
Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 12 to 13.
Okay, next motion. Next motion is Councillor Holliday's motion. On favor? Recorded.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Mantis. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Peruzza, how do you vote, please?
Yes.
Motion 2 carries. The vote is 16 to 9.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Pasternak. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks and Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor McKelvey, please. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
Yes.
Motion 3 carries. The vote is 20-5.
Item is amended. On favor? On favor, carried. Why is there an echo? But it would be nice if a councillor is leaving and going to his car that he advises members of council. Councillor Fletcher, you're up next, DX 12.9. The vacant home tax. Do you have questions to staff?
I don't really, I just have a motion, so others might have questions of staff.
So does anybody have any questions to staff? Councillor Myers. Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. So my question is, isn't there a way to collect the information by targeting homes that we suspect are vacant rather than asking everyone in the city to fill out these forms? It seems terribly inefficient how we do this, asking people to declare their homes vacant when most people are just going to not do that, rather than just targeting the homes that we suspect are vacant.
Through you, Madam Speaker. So we have replicated a model that we've seen in other municipalities, predominantly within Vancouver, and it really was done in a way to ensure we have compliance. One exercise that we have undertaken this year with a great deal of success is while we do require declarations by all properties, we have started to build an inventory of emails of those that did not declare, and we've been able to then supplement the ask with targeted emails to those individuals that haven't declared. And as I noted, there was about an increase of 30% in declarations through predominantly that action that we undertook.
But we're not really looking for declarations. We're looking for those homes that are actually vacant. That should be the focus rather than getting people who live in their homes to fill out this form that we already know. We can check there's water, there's electricity, there's regular usage. We can see if a home is being used or not. Wouldn't it the better focus if we're targeting homes that are vacant and we want to tax people who have vacant homes to actually target those homes rather than asking everyone in the city to fill this form out? I understand where you're coming from. I just don't think we're actually doing what we want to do.
So I'll turn it over to our Head of Revenue Services just to speak to some of the actions we've taken.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Myers, the idea behind the self-declaration was to get maximum compliance. We don't have a foolproof means to determine when a property is vacant. We've been told we cannot use utility billing records that will show water consumption.
By whom?
By the Privacy Commissioner, that we asked that question early on in the program. Can we use other sources to find these vacant units? This was the same experience they had in Vancouver. You could change the program so that it's a self-declaration only when you are vacant, but we don't have much confidence that we would actually have people declaring their units vacant. So this is not an ideal method where we have to request everyone to declare annually, but clearly your status could change from year to year, and it could be vacant one year and not vacant another year. So this is the optimum way. It's not a great alternative, but it is the optimum way for us to determine vacancy units and to track that there is a change year over year and a decrease in the number of units that the tax was supposed to generate.
But if I have a vacant home and I fill out my form and it says occupied, is that occupied or vacant for your purposes?
If you tell us you are living at that property, we accept that that property is occupied,
even though it's vacant.
Ergo not vacant.
Even though it's vacant.
Well, that's where our compliance, our auditing comes in is that we would do a systematic audit of people, even the people who say that they are occupied. We will audit those and make a determination that they
How
are
much
in
of
fact.
what percentage of the forms of these declarations are we actually auditing?
We would shoot for about 5% as an audit and that's 5%. Now we go a higher audit percentage on those people that are claiming exemptions, and particularly people who are claiming exemptions for renovations, that the property is vacant due to renovations. So we have a lot of those. Those we will audit to a higher degree.
So does every city that we know of that runs a vacant home tax, do they all do it on the self-declaration, or are there other models that actually look or find ways to identify vacant homes and target vacant homes rather than sort of asking everyone to declare this, that their home, they're occupied, because it seems like this is going to be an annual process where we're going to be extending the vacant home tax deadline, because it seems like we're always going to have this issue.
That's your last question, Councillor.
We do hope that after people have become used to it, it's a very simple process to make the declaration, particularly if you live there. It's a 5-minute process, and when people get the notion that this is an annual thing, like filing your income taxes is an annual thing, that we would get higher compliance simply because people are used to the program. We're still only in year 2. And
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Did you wish to continue
And
your
the
answer?
last question is, does anybody do it differently? Certainly not in the Canadian experience, that we do the self-declaration in Vancouver and Montreal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is our speaker, Nunziata.
Thank you. So you said it only takes 5 minutes, but you know, there are a lot of seniors out there that don't even have computers on there, and it's very confusing. The question I have is that when we first started the program, did we advise residents that this was an annual thing, that they had to fill it out because this year was a total nightmare. I was getting calls, and we put it in our e-news, and nobody knew, and they were all frustrated because they had no idea, and so it was very confusing. So I don't know what happened with the communication end of it, but it was very difficult for a lot of residents in Toronto.
Through the Deputy Speaker, yes, we do. The information we provided was clear that this is an annual requirement. Obviously, we saw a dip in the amount of declarations this year compared to last. That is going to continue to be a focus. It's going to continue to be part of our efforts in ensuring that there is an acknowledgement and understanding that this is an annual requirement, as well as ensuring that there's opportunities both through our website, but through 311, paper forms, every avenue available to ensure the declarations can be made as easy as possible.
Yes, but still, you know, like I said, there's a lot of people seniors that are not able to do that, but we have to do a better, I don't know, but we have to let people know, because people don't know it's an annual. They don't know. Because when we first sent out the form, I guess they didn't see it, they didn't read it. So there's a lot of confusion out there. Now we're getting calls from seniors saying, oh, I missed the deadline, and they're all upset because they don't know what to do. We missed the deadline, what, can you help me now? Oh, you have to file a complaint form, they're told. I mean, we're making this so difficult. So either we have to do a better job of communicating, I don't know, but we have to make it clear that this is an annual, that they have to fill out these forms. A lot of people are not capable of doing that. And I know my office is actually having constituents or going to their homes, helping them fill it out because they don't know how.
Only in English.
Yeah, and it's only in English, yes.
Through the Speaker, so our initial results, as we started to see the data coming in, you're absolutely right. We weren't getting the amount of declarations we wanted to see. I do think it's important to note that there were considerable efforts that were made between our revenue services and our communication staff, where we saw significant increases in the amount of compliance just over the last 3 weeks alone. I think that's a positive sign, and a lot of those actions we will continue to do. I think it's also important to understand this is the second year. There was obviously a very large push in the first year to make a declaration. The focus is and will continue to be on noting that this is an annual requirement, and that is going to be a focus of a lot of our efforts going forward to ensure that that's well understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure if this is to Mr. Conforti or Mr. Brendan, but I wanted to take another kick at the can around how we get people to fill out the form. My town hall meeting that I had the other night, a lot of residents were asking why it couldn't just be done on their property tax form or property tax bill.
Through the Speaker, Councillor Ainsley, the property tax bill is the bill for payment. How would people, I'm not sure I understand how people would use the tax bill to make a declaration of their property status.
I guess they're saying, so you pay your taxes, you click off the form that, you know, the property is not vacant. There are some people that own, you know, multiple properties and they're renting them. I don't know if there's an option to do that or.
Actually, because most of our payments are coming through on an electronic basis, we receive them as electronic payments. There isn't the ability to sort of indicate a status of your occupancy on the bill form itself or on a payment made to us.
Okay, all right. And then my other question is around languages. And I don't know if there's a difficulty with an English-only form going out. Is there something that can be done to, you know, to put it online and you know, people have an opportunity to have it translated into a multilingual form?
Yes, Councillor Ainsley, right now the form is available in multilingual format because it's on the city's website. It is translatable into 51 or more different languages. The advertising and communications we did to get the word out about the vacant home tax also included multilingual messaging and advertising in various multilingual, multimedia formats.
Okay, all right. I got a lot of complaints from people about they had issues with the language barrier, but I will get my constituency staff to work on that. Okay, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
I'm no longer there. It's the real things in there.
Thank you, deputies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Brendan, can you tell me how many people work on administering this tax?
Through you, Madam Speaker, how many staff?
Correct.
Members within Revenue Services?
In the city's administration, yep. How many people?
In the city's administration, there would be about 10 staff that are sort of fully employed on this program.
And how many would work part of their time on this?
Communications support,
Lots.
patients,
Okay.
and so maybe half a dozen more.
Okay. And by the way, thank you. My interactions with them, they are absolutely top-notch in terms of support, and I appreciate it. I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Meyer's questioning. Do I understand, or maybe you could expand on what your concerns are. In one case, we are asking people to proactively say that their property is not vacant. And if you wanted to fib, you know, you can beat the system. But on the other hand, we could just as easily say, if your property is vacant, you need to tell us. And if you omit doing that, it's kind of like fibbing. So why would it be any different?
a positive onus to make a declaration of a vacancy would then require us to somehow figure out who is vacant but didn't tell us that they were vacant. And how exactly we would do that would be somewhat of an invasion of privacy, because we would be going to otherwise occupied homes and saying, why did you declare and how did you declare? We have a very limited ability to actually approach people in their homes or speak to them about the occupancy status of their home, other than as we are allowed to by our own bylaw.
But you just told me that, the council, I should say, I'm sorry, that you will also check people that do say that their home is occupied to verify that it indeed is. So isn't that the same thing?
Through a routine audit, yes, you would be checking properties, whether they declared themselves vacant or whether they declared themselves occupied. We would be auditing both just to confirm that what they said was correct.
Okay. Let's go back to the numbers. How many homes were there in 2023, I guess, or 2024? Like, what's the baseline? Where are we starting at? And then can you tell me, just run down the stats, how many ultimately declared as vacant and not last time, and where are we at now? Did they change? Is there a compliance difference between last year and this year? Like, can you give me some numbers? We don't have a lot of time to ask all the questions, but...
Yes, we have approximately 815,000 residential properties in the City of Toronto.
Yep.
Our indication from the first year of the program is that approximately 1% of those properties are vacant. They either declared themselves vacant or they have been deemed vacant and found to be so on follow-up.
Okay. What about this year? What do we know so far?
And this year, while we haven't had complete responses, so we're guessing based on best available information that we're going to see a similar vacancy rate. It hasn't gone up. We're hoping it's gone down. We won't really know until the period during which you can file a complaint and have your status changed, until that period closes.
So it was about 1% before, could be about 1% this year. So, why are we here? And I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit tongue-in-cheek with that. You don't have to answer. Can you, because it was a council policy, can you tell me what the compliance or completion rate is to date during this period? Like, how many people are missing or haven't filed despite this extension?
Our response rate this year, now with the declaration date deadline passed, is 80%. So approximately 656,000 properties have made a declaration, and approximately 160,000 properties have not.
Oh, boy.
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs, questions?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Councillor Holiday asked some of the questions I wanted to ask. But I want to go back to the questions that Councillor Myers was asking, because I agree with my colleagues. This is a cumbersome and difficult process that many residents find difficult. You say it takes 5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes if you have no problems and you know your number, which certainly I didn't know, and you don't have any problems with your website or the city's website, which lots of people have, and you have to remember every year that you need to do it, and most people did not notice the notice in the property tax bill package. So in practice, we're having lots of problems. So what efforts are you making to consider alternatives? So in particular, you mentioned that you can't use utility bills because of privacy rules, but the privacy law is a question of consent. Have you investigated giving people an opt-in, where they can opt to allow you to use utility data so that they don't have to file every year? It's just a question of consent.
Through the Speaker, I can start, and Casey can jump in. One thing we have looked at seeking is the ability to opt into a reminder process. So we've actually have, I think, 17,000 residents on that today, and we're hoping to be able to grow that. And it would enable us to be able to send those reminders out on an annual basis to ensure that they are making their declarations early. The other piece, and I do think it's an important part of the information that we're presenting here today, is the vacant home tax was presented as a policy tool with the intent to ensure that we're making available units to be rented out, to be available for use. That is why compliance is so important, and that is why the process that we're bringing forward to ensure that compliance is important. And if you were to think about bringing this forward in a way where it was a self-declaration, the fact that we're 80% today would show that there's at least 1 in 5 that are not declaring, which has an impact on the level of compliance, which impedes our ability to ensure that this is a policy tool that is achieving the maximum benefit.
All of that is true, but it has nothing to do with my question. My question was, and it would save time if you could try to answer the question, are you looking into giving people the opportunity to opt in, that you can use utility data, which is a much better way of telling whether a property is vacant than declarations, instead of having to do annual declarations?
So the quick answer to that is no.
All right. Do you need council direction in order to consider this?
Happy to take any direction from council in terms of means that we would look at.
All right. Secondly, we've had a number of the nonprofit housing providers have been complaining, why are you requiring them to report when the city's providing them with rent subsidy payments and they have waiting lists tens of thousands of people along? What is the benefit of requiring nonprofit housing providers subsidized by the city to report?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Sachs, all residents, all owners of residential property are required to make a declaration for their property. We don't exempt anybody from the requirement to make an annual declaration because the property owner must attest that the property is vacant. So where we have housing providers, especially nonprofit housing providers, they may be exempt under the Act, that the vacant home tax may not apply to them. If they're multi-unit buildings, the vacant home tax wouldn't necessarily apply. But we have not carved out an exemption for any group or party to not have to make that declaration.
Well, I know that you haven't. My question was why? Because this is a significant administrative burden for organizations that are already working on shoestring margins, and we know they're fully occupied. We talk about their waiting lists here at council. We provide them with rental subsidies. So just saying we require everybody to do it doesn't answer the question as to whether the burden is appropriate for special cases where we know they're not vacant.
But we don't know that they're not vacant. Properties do change, and the vacancy status of these units does change from year to year. So what we ask for is that simple affirmation by the property owner so that we're not making an assumption and giving people blanket exemptions from the vacant home tax simply because, you know, they're providing not-for-profit housing. If that was a direction from council that we had received originally, then we would have put that in place. Council did not foresee or approve any exemptions from the requirement to declare because it's the continuity of information that we need.
All right, well, we can certainly give you that direction if necessary.
Last question, Councillor.
Okay. I understand from the Housing Secretariat that these providers are very stable and that they are easily able to give you a list of these nonprofit housing providers. Have you received that list?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so we would need to take that back. I'd have to understand our ability from an administrative perspective to keep track of that and parcel that off from our tracking across all the residential properties. So that is something we'd have to take back and review if direction was given.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Start one.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I was going to pick up with Councillor Sax's line of questioning, but I think you said you'll take that back. The idea, hopefully you'll see it as a way for us to minimize the burden and therefore having more resources to be able to attend to the more challenging pieces. But I'll pivot to my other questions. Last year, Councillor Myers and I probably had the greatest number of challenges with our communities, not because people are not occupying their homes, but because they did not understand the notices received. This year they were better, but I guess what I'd like to know is, are you willing to and interested in taking a look from an, adult education, popular education lens about how we're communicating, particularly that many people missed the information in their property tax bill, that there wasn't a kind of from a semiotic or symbolism or color or anything kind of clue that this was something different. And I'm just concerned that we have a lot of seniors in my ward, people who have English as a second language, and just in general, to make this more accessible and more streamlined. Is that something that you would be willing to look at?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. I understand that in the city manager's office, there's a process for reviewing consultation and communication, and I hope that as we move forward in general, in the corporation that is the City of Toronto, that we're applying these principles that are very tried and true. One of them is, for example, I'm on many lists for, take this action, and with nonprofit organizations, they text me. Have we looked at a texting program? I think that many people who don't have email, actually you do use text. And I would you be interested or willing to look into how the usage rate of text by constituents who do not have data and also may not have English as a first language, would you be willing to look at that? Because that level of accessibility has been proven.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker. The intent is to ensure that there's increased compliance and accessibility to the program. We did undertake multilingual media ads, so I'd also be interested to review the successfulness of some of the things that we undertook this year and any opportunities to build and grow from that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that in general, it would be wonderful if the consideration could be given to what other organizations who are trying to reach hard-to-reach constituents, and particularly in places like Davenport, and I think Councillor Nunziata mentioned her ward, Councillor Myers has the same situation, house-rich and income-poor people. So I appreciate the willingness to look at that, and I think what you have here is councillors who want to work with this division to make this program work. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Mr. Conforti or to Mr. Brendan, I want to paint a picture or a story of a scenario that has come to my attention from a constituent of mine. And I don't know if it would also apply to other residents in our city. So what are the criteria of exemption for people that live in our city, that live in their residence but travel abroad, or during the winter season live in residences that are outside of the City of Toronto or outside of the country? Are they exempted from the vacant home tax?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Mantis, there is an exemption now for you will be charged. Sorry, you will be deemed to be vacant if you spend more than 6 months away from your residence. So if your property sits empty for more than 6 months of the year, then you will be subject to the tax.
Okay, but if you reside at your cottage 200 kilometers away and you come to your condo 3 times a week and you consume electricity, you're consuming water and all other utilities, and you're paying for those utilities, are you still deemed to be vacant?
The requirement is, in this case, that you, if the property is not your principal residence, and the constituent in question, Councillor Mantis, the constituent indicated that that was not their principal residence, they occupied the property only 1 day a week, which is far less than 6 months of the year. So in this case, this property would be deemed vacant, because it's not the owner's principal residence. They don't live there for more than 6 months of the year, and it's not their principal residence. That is exactly the instance that would make that property vacant.
Okay, but if you have, okay, if they were living more than 1 day, if it was 3 days out of the week, would it still be considered vacant, even with the utility usage?
The utility usage, again, is not the determinant. It is a question of how many days during the year it is occupied by a resident, by a tenant, by an owner. And if it's not occupied at least 6 months of the year, then it would be deemed vacant. So if somebody is holding an asset and keeping it vacant for most part of the year, that is a vacant unit. That is the subject of the tax that we're talking about.
Okay.
So what we're discussing the date, the declaration date, extending. That's what we have at the table now.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I understand.
Yeah, I know, but
it was a situation that arose that I don't know if there's hundreds or thousands of other people that might have the same situation, and I would just need a clarification.
Well, maybe that will be on another topic. Right now, we're talking about the extension.
With Mr. Brandon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Perruzza, questions on the item? Councillor Perruzza.
I did have a couple of questions. Oh, yeah. So I had a situation where parent dies. There's a brother and a sister. The house is left empty. They declared it vacant because it was empty for over 6 months, but they couldn't decide as a group, as a family, what to do with the property, okay? And they became subject to the tax. So if for example, you can't, as a group, decide what to do with the estate for more than 6 months, you become subject to the tax, right?
Through the chair, no. So one of the exemptions is if there is a death in the ownership, you'd be exempt. In fact, when we came forward with the report on the vacant home tax last fall, council approved an extension to the time period for which it could be vacant if there was a loss of life. So it is the current year plus 2 additional years that it could be vacant while you're dealing with estate issues or other matters.
Okay, they didn't know that, so I don't know if they ultimately were able to resolve that. And they came in complaining that they had declared it that way and that they were going to be subject to the tax. Is there like an appeal process for that?
So the appeal process is still open, and it's still open for 2023, so they or even 2022, so they could file the appeal.
Okay, so if you get charged, then okay. If a property is not habitable, all right, somebody says, look, I can't, the property is in such a state that, for example, Toronto Community Housing, we have a number of properties that are deemed uninhabitable. for example. And are those declared? So Toronto Community Housing doesn't pay the vacancy tax, correct? They're exempt?
No, through you, Madam Speaker, that they would be subject to the tax if they were holding units that were otherwise occupiable, holding them vacant. They would be subject to.
Okay, occupiable, if they're deemed you're basically uninhabitable, nobody wants to live there, then do they pay the tax? And would somebody else, is there a category for saying the property is uninhabitable?
No, there is an exemption for 1 year from the tax if your property is uninhabitable due to repairs or renovations, but it's a 1 year exemption. It can't be claimed year after year after year, and it can't be a matter that it's unappealing. It has to be under active repair or renovation.
So you can't, no one can hold a property fundamentally that can't be lived in. Oh, that can't be lived in.
If they do, they will be subject to pay the tax. If you have a unit that no one will occupy.
So if you don't have the money, to repair a place, right? But you don't want to sell it or give it up, you're subject to the vacancy tax?
Okay, Councillor Prusa, if we can just ask questions on what we have before us, which is the extension.
Well, we get, okay,
So
sure.
maybe at another time, we can have another discussion about the vacant home tax. And we can start the discussion that we did last year. Councillor Burnside, questions on the item? No, Councillor Burnside just put his name on the list. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So when you send out the property tax notice and there's the little vacant tax notice along with it, what color was that paper?
Through you, Madam Speaker, this year the paper was white.
Have you thought of changing the color? Numerous people I speak to, myself included, when they get the property tax envelope, they go right to how much they owe. And that often that white sheet was missed by many people. Have you thought of making it something a little more obvious, like red?
Yeah, Councillor Burnside, in the previous year, we sent out a yellow notice. It was printed on yellow paper. We had complaints from residents that they had never seen anything printed on yellow paper coming from the city before, and they thought it was a scam. So we went from yellow to white.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe we should put it on red paper. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
I just have a motion there, Speaker, which will come up. Thank you.
Okay, if we can put Councillor Fletcher's motion on the screen. Okay, there it is.
It's not on that screen. Oh, there we go. City Council requests the Chief Communications Officer, Strategic Public and Employee Communications in consultation with the CFO and Treasurer develop professionally designed communication materials on the vacant home tax for insertion in 2025 property tax bills. And that is one motion. If I listened to this whole debate, I would have had more, but this was not intended to be a long discussion, but I do believe there's a lot of concern with that communications. And I just asked what went out. And it's on white. Important reminder, submit your vacant home tax declaration of occupancy status for 2023. I think the staff do a great job collecting money. That's their job. Collect money, tell us how to spend money, make sure we're not spending too much money. That is the job of the financial team. Communicating to the public is not, in my opinion, their main job. And that's where we're having issues for everybody. How do we let people know? Oh, somebody complained because it was yellow. It was probably this many words. If I'm going to have something in somewhere, I'm going to have an advertising agency, somebody do creative that says, here's how you're going to get somebody's attention, here's all the other things you can do. Might be great to text, but those seniors we're talking about, they don't text. They're going to get their bill. So this is the second year, and I know it's our second year, and we're making sure things are working well. I'll just remind everybody about the snafus in the first year. And I want to thank Councillors Bravo and Myers for weighing in to try to solve a number of those problems. Again, our staff that are professionals in the financial world, at the RBC, it's not the head of the RBC that's designing the materials for members or for public consumption. So let's professionalize that side of this equation, because there's a lot of money here in vacant home tax, and it just constantly goes on. Someone sent me, why can't you put it in the property tax bill? Well, it's in there already, but nobody knows it's in there because it's a long 2-page thing, small type, written, not the way we do business. That's not how you market the new tax that we have. Get people to understand what they have to do. Call this number, few languages. This is how we're going to do it, because maybe this should be at the Service Excellence Committee. This is a big service. We've introduced something brand new. And with all due respect to staff, this much conversation tells you it's not exactly working exactly how you think. So let's keep working on that for year 3. And hopefully by year 3 or year 4, it will be very smooth, and we'll hear that we have a good professional package, people understand what they're doing, and it's a direct person-to-person, city-to-person communication, and we're monitoring how well we're doing on that. Yes, we can all have tax clinics, we can all do these things if you have enough time. If you have the Ontario line of 5 stations, you actually don't have time to do much else other than manage all of the construction, all of the issues that come with that. So I don't have time to do tax clinics. I have really want to make sure that when we're communicating, we're crisp, we're clear, we can get through all of the noise that's out there in talking to people in the public. And so that's what this motion is. I'm making it in the best spirit of putting everybody in their lane. Money lane, communications lane. They're not the same lane. And this is what this attempt is here, and I hope we can fix that for 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask my motion to be displayed. It's rather short. It asks staff to develop an opt-in process for utility data and then bring that report back to us in time for the next cycle.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Who said point of order? Oh, sorry. Councillor
Can you
Perks.
stop my time, though?
Okay, Councillor Perks, point of order.
Speaker, during the questioning of staff, you made it quite clear that the item in front of us is about whether or not to extend the deadline. This motion has nothing to do with the deadline, and I'd ask that you rule it out of order.
Yes, thank you.
Wow.
So, Councillor Holliday,
I don't accept that, but
yeah. Well, no, Fletcher's motion is for communications. Yeah.
About the deadline.
No, but show me Councillor Holliday's motion again.
Completely rejigging how they run the program.
it's a report.
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with the deadline.
No, it's not a report. It asks that it be developed, the change.
And then reported.
Okay. So,
It's completely changing the nature of the program.
well, actually, the clerk did point out to me that actually Councillor Fletcher's motion is similar to Councillor Holliday's.
Well, you feel free to rule.
So-
I'm asking. I made a point of order to
So if I may make a point of order as well, Madam Speaker. This says to amend the municipal code. It's kind of a big, it's kind of a big change.
So we can amend any aspect of the municipal code? That's your argument?
It says it right there. This is to amend the municipal
Any
code.
aspect of the municipal code is in front of us. Well,
Chapter
I've got a few
778,
ideas.
taxation, vacant home tax. I mean, it's a pretty broad
I think we should
issue.
expand section 111 so that no tenant in a total.
Okay, if we're going to go in that direction, then I would suggest that Councillor Fletcher's motion and Councillor Holiday's motion go to committee. Okay? To be fair.
May
So
I
Councillor Holiday, do you want to speak then?
I will finish my
Okay.
speaking on this. I'm going to say a couple of things.
Okay.
And I will credit Councillor Sachs for a rather brilliant idea. And I will also credit Councillor Fletcher for some very sage advice, because I spoke to a senior who's a constituent that is very savvy to the municipal process. And he complained about the very issue that was written right on the piece of paper that I'm struggling to open, but it talked about, you know, the city thanking folks if you've already filed your 2023 declaration. Thank you, you don't need to take further action. When of course that was referring to the prior tax year cycle. So I think there's always room for improvement on these things, and, you know, I encourage us to look at those precise details. On to what I've suggested. Look, if it's here, committee, whatever it needs to be, I really want to zero in on an item here. Look, there's a lot of people with varying views on the tax, but I think what there is a very, very wide view of the hassle that's created in having to proactively file, especially if you've lived in your home for years and years and years, and people contacting you saying, you know, why am I doing this? What have I done wrong? Why am I now on the hook to do this? I just live my life. So the suggestion is really simple, but it's such a smart one from Councillor Sachs. Do you know Toronto Water obtains the data of your usage 4 times a day? 4 times. It's here on the city's website. There's an automated beacon from the water meter and sends it in. So you can't tell me for 1 second that you couldn't figure out when a home is occupied and using water versus when it's not, with a high degree of probability. So if there's an opportunity to take that, and if it requires an opt-in for me to consent to use my water data to save me from having to make the positive declaration, what a fantastic bit of customer service. It's not going to solve everybody's concern across the city, but boy, oh boy, it'll put a lot of smiles on faces for people that are really upset with a process and, you know, and begrudgingly do it when they feel they haven't done anything wrong other than lived in their home and paid their taxes. So
Okay.
I really hope that there's a way to do this. If it goes to committee, great. But, you know, there's so much opportunity here for good customer service.
Thank you. So what I would suggest from staff, maybe bring an item to the executive committee so that could be discussed further. What we have before us today is a yes or no. Do we extend the vacant home tax to extend it to March 15th? That's all we have before us. No other motions, nothing. Well, the thing, yes. Okay, so if you just want to talk, let's just vote yes or no, because we're going to have to recess soon. Okay, Councillor Morley?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to call the question on this item.
Yes, please,
And bring
thank
it
you.
to a vote. Thank you.
Okay, the question has been called.
Point of order. Is Councillor Holiday's motion then in order or not in order?
No, Councillor
it's not?
Fletcher,
Okay.
nobody's motion is in order. All we have is yes or no, do we extend it to March 15th? That's all we have before us. Anything else about communication or anything else, questions about the vacant home tax, should be brought forward to executive committee from staff so you can have a conversation on it. Okay? There was a motion to end debate. On favor, carried. On the item, recorded vote. Okay, Councillor Prusa, we're going to adjourn soon. Recorded vote to call the question. The only thing we have before us is yes or no. Okay, that's fine. To call the question. Yes. Because there's no debate on the item.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Cole, your vote, please. Councillor Pasternak, I'm going to need your vote, please. Councillor Cole, your vote, please. The motion to end debate carries. The vote is 20-3.
On the item, on favor, carried. Do we have any quick, I believe we have some members' motion to introduce. We'll do that now, and then we'll do quick releases, and then we'll adjourn. A recess, sorry. Okay. Pardon? Yeah. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, you want to introduce a motion?
Yes, I have a motion that I put forward on the construction on Adelaide, and the motion is urgent because the construction work is currently taking place on Adelaide.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Moyes.
Do I have a motion?
Yes, you do. It's on the screen.
Yes, want to add this motion here. It's urgent to amend Toronto Public Health 2024 operating budget. The reason for urgency, this motion is urgent to approve. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
On favor, carried. Okay. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. I have two motions.
Okay, there you are, Section 37.
Section 37, and the reason for urgency is the TDSB is planning to release an RFP to schedule construction for the summer.
On favor, carried. Second. So Councillor Cheng, you have another one?
Yes, I do. This is for a stakeholder advisory committee for Melasman Square, and the reason for urgency is the spring and summer events are being confirmed for the summer. So we would like the engagement of the community.
Okay, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it?
Yep.
Okay, quick releases. The names that are on the screen, is that for quick releases? Councillor Mantis, quick release.
SC 11.4, I spoke with staff and Mr. Ventresca, and I would like to release the item.
Which, I didn't hear you.
SC 11.4. 11.4.
Yeah, you got, it's hard, it's very difficult when you're there and we can't hear you. SC 11.4?
Yes.
4151 and 55 Shepherd?
Yes.
Councillor Mantis is releasing, on favor, carried. Councillor Cheng. Do you have a quick release?
Sorry, I put my hand in for the new motion. Sorry about that.
Okay. Councillor Bravo, quick release.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release TE 11.2, 1141 Bloor Street West, 980 Dufferin Street, and 90 Croatia Street, and I have a motion to defer to the April 17, 18, and 19 meeting of City Council. The reason for my deferral is that the developers, Fitzrovia and Hazelview, and local community group Building a Better Bloor Dufferin, have been speaking. I've been speaking to both and about securing additional community benefits, and we would like to allow more time for deliberation and negotiation.
Okay, so you're releasing T 11.2?
And I have a motion.
For what, for this one?
Yeah, that,
Yeah, yeah. We'll display the motion. There it is. Okay, on the motion by Councillor Bravo, all in favor? Carried. Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release IE 11.9, local improvement charges and Ridgewood Road sanitary sewer installation. And I can also, if council's willing to reopen the order paper, I have a motion to defer IE 11.2 to the next council meeting.
Okay, but just let's do it one at a time. So you're releasing IE 11.9, correct?
Yep.
Okay, on IE 11.9, all in favor? Carried. And on IE 11.2, which is the...
Oh, sorry, if Councillor Fletcher will release the hold to me.
Yes, I will.
Yes. And then we can reopen the order papers, because it was supposed to be tomorrow morning, and then defer it right now.
So, okay, so you want to defer IE 11.2?
Yes.
Till when?
To next council meeting.
Okay, so motion by Councillor McKelvey. Do we have that motion? So the first one is to just to reopen the order paper. Oh, yeah. Okay, motion to reopen the order paper. Okay, carried. Now motion by Councillor McKelvey, and that's okay with Councillor Fletcher, to defer to the next council meeting. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
yes, thank you. I have 4 items. The first one is TE 11.24. I reopened this earlier today, but then it turned out staff had already dealt with the issue, so I can release that one. TE 11.24, which is...
The pay and display parking.
Pay and display, yes, so I can release that.
Okay, just one sec, one at a
Yes,
time. T 11.24, Councillor
Yes.
Sachs is releasing. Are you moving the original item?
We reopened it, so yes, just moving the original recommendations. No change.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Thank you. The next one?
Is IE 11.8. I will release that. Fair payment for for-profit gas utilities.
Okay, IE 11.8, requiring fair payment for profit gas utilities. So you're releasing?
I'm releasing it. The recommendations are fine.
Okay, IE 11.8, Councillor Sachs is releasing. On favor? Carried.
Thank you. Next, CC 16.17. I've put in a motion to defer it to the next meeting. Staff are negotiating with the developer.
CC 16.17?
16.17, it's...
You didn't hold the item down.
16.27, I apologize. It's 374, 376, and 378.
Okay, just a sec. Hold on.
16.27.
Yeah, you're just take your time, okay?
Sorry.
So CC 16.27, Yonge Street, so you're releasing.
Deferring.
Okay, deferring to the next council meeting?
Defer to the next council meeting, please.
Boy, it's going to be a very busy council meeting. Everything's being deferred. Okay, on the deferral, carried. Okay? That's it.
Thank you. And the next one is TE 11.36, which is...
Okay, just a sec, hold on. T 11.36, construction
staging area,
staging.
1 Bloor Street, yes. So it came without recommendations, and I have a motion.
Okay, hold on. Mayor, it's T 11.36, construction staging.
Staging area.
Yeah, just one sec, 1 Bloor Street. Okay,
All right, so it came to council without recommendations. So I have negotiated an amendment to the original staff recommendations. Staff have it. Basically, we're giving the developer 4 more months to try to fix some of their problems, and then we'll come back and do it again.
So I know the mayor was questioning that, so do you want to hold the item?
Sure, we can hold it till tomorrow, it's fine.
Okay, because I know that this came up. Okay, all right. So, okay, we have time for one more. Councillor Perks.
I have 2 releases.
Okay,
The first is item PH 10.12, technical corrections to the multi-tenant housing zoning bylaw. Councillor Fletcher looked at this and thought it was actually PH 10.2. So I can release 1.2, which is just a technical correction to the bylaw.
okay, just one sec. So it's, okay, hold on, please, one at a time. So PH 10.12, it's here without a recommendation, so
Oh, I'll
Councillor.
move the staff recommendations. My fault, sorry.
It's here without a
In
recommendation.
the supplementary. I'll move the supplement.
So
the
you're moving the
recommendations in
supplementary?
Yes.
Okay, now, Councillor Holliday, did you say hold the item down?
Yeah.
Or recorded vote?
Speaker, before we do the recorded vote, can I move that we extend the meeting to conclude all of the quick releases?
Yes. And the confirming bylaw?
And the confirming bylaw.
On favor? Carry. Okay, so recorded vote on PH 10.12. Councillor Perks has moved the supplementary report, which is PH 10.12A. Recorded vote.
Fixing the configuration of the bylaw.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Sachs. Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Carroll, I'll just call your vote if you don't mind. How do you vote?
Sorry, I logged out. Yes, affirmative.
And Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? The motion and the item carry. The vote is 22-1.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Perks, your second one?
I'm just waiting for the screen to come back up. I can release PH 10.5, update Downsview authorization to enter into agreements for resourcing. Councillor Perruzza had a question. He and I have chatted. He's fine. Councillor Pasternak is the local councillor. We chatted. He's fine.
Okay, so PH 10.5 update on Downsview. Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Carried. Okay?
Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's CC 16.7, 1779 to 1787 Bayview Avenue. And I have a motion I'd like to place on this item.
Okay, so if we can put it on the screen. There it is on the screen, Councillor Robinson.
Okay, thank you very much. So 2 motions. This has a huge impact on Leaside Baseball, this building, and so I'm asking to look at what we can do to improve Howard Talbot Park, including the baseball field, netting, and the lighting systems, in consultation with me as a local councillor. And then the second point is to continue to have consultations with Leaside Baseball Association regarding construction management through the site process. So the 2 are together, like in one area of the Leaside community. And so these are motions on moving and then moving the development.
Okay, on CC 16.7, Councillor Robinson has the amendment on the screen. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher. Quick release.
Yes, Speaker, I just want to turn over EC 10.3, follow up on implementation review of the noise bylaw to Councillor Sachs. Thank you. To hold. Remove my hold and let her hold it.
EC 10.3, so Councillor Sachs will hold that item down.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce a confirmatory bill? Moved by Mayor Chow. We'll put it on the screen.
That
There
may
it
be
is.
granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion, proceeding of City Council Meeting 16 on March 20th, 2024.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. So we're recessed to 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.